Whispers in the Fog, a World War I espionage thriller by Bad Audiobook's YouTube channel. Subscribe now, be disappointed later. Chapter 1. Into the Mist. The fog did not merely roll into London, it annexed it. It was a thick, yellow-gray shroud that smelled of sea salt, coal smoke, and the damp rot of the Thames. For Evelyn Hart, it was a sanctuary. In the shifting world of 1916, where every shadow could be a threat and every casual glance a calculation, the invisibility offered by a pea souper was a rare luxury. She walked with her chin tucked into the collar of her wool coat, her boots clicking rhythmically against the slick cobblestones of Whitehall. To any observer, she was just another young woman hurrying home before the air raid sirens began their nightly mournful wail. In reality, her mind was a whirlwind of decrypted ciphers and the faces of men who wanted her dead. She reached the nondescript door of a brownstone that looked no different from its neighbors. There was no brass plate, no sign of the frantic machinery of war operating within. She knocked a specific cadence. 3 sharp raps, a pause, then 2 more. A slide clicked open, a pair of weary eyes assessed her, and the door groaned inward. The transition from the cold, damp exterior to the warmth of the hallway was jarring. The air inside was thick with the scent of burnt coffee and the metallic tang of mimeograph ink. Men in uniform and civilian suits hurried past her, clutching folders as if they were holy relics. This was the heart of the Secret Intelligence Service, a place where the war was fought not with bayonets, but with ink, whispers, and the steady nerves of people like Evelyn. "Masterson is waiting," a young lieutenant said, barely looking up as he passed. "Room 402. And Evelyn, he looks like he hasn't slept since the Somme." Evelyn nodded, her face a mask of professional neutrality. She climbed the stairs, her hand trailing on the banister. She felt the weight of the building, the collective anxiety of a nation funneled into these cramped, paper-strewn rooms. When she reached the 4th floor, she didn't knock. She entered the office of Colonel Reginald Masterson, the man who had plucked her from a quiet life of linguistics and thrust her into the furnace of espionage. The room was a cavern of shadows, lit only by a single desk lamp that cast a harsh, circular glow over a map of Europe. Masterson sat behind the desk, his face etched with deep lines of fatigue. He was holding a glass of amber liquid that he hadn't touched. "Sit down, Evelyn," he said, his voice like gravel. She took the chair opposite him. "What's happened?" Masterson pushed a folder across the desk. It was marked with a red stripe. Maximum secrecy. "We've had a breakthrough, though I use the term loosely. Our listeners at Hall G have picked up a series of transmissions from the German High Command to a cell operating right here in London. It's not just the usual troop movements or naval logistics. They're talking about something called the Feldblitz." Evelyn flipped open the folder. Her eyes scanned the translated transcripts. The language was coded, but the urgency was unmistakable. References to atmospheric pressure, volatile compounds, and a field test scheduled for the coming months. "Field lightning?" she whispered, translating the name. "Exactly," Masterson said. "We believe it's a new breed of ordnance, something capable of leveling a city block with a single strike. If they finalize the delivery system, the raids we've seen so far will look like child's play. The Kaiser wants to break London's spirit before the winter is out." Evelyn looked up from the papers. "And the leak?" You mentioned a breakthrough. Masterson leaned forward, the lamplight catching the silver in his hair. We caught a courier 2 days ago. A low-level sympathizer trying to board a boat to Holland. He had a list of names and a set of instructions for a sleeper agent who was supposed to infiltrate the strategic planning office at the Admiralty. But more importantly, he had a contact point. A social circle of German expatriates and disillusioned aristocrats who meet under the guise of an arts club in Kensington. He paused, studying her face. They're looking for someone new. Someone who hasn't been tainted by the war yet. A fresh face with the right pedigree and, most importantly, the right tongue. You want me to go in? Evelyn said. It wasn't a question. I want you to become someone else entirely, Masterson replied. You've spent 3 years behind a desk or doing short-term surveillance. You're the best linguist we have, and your nerves are made of piano wire. But this is different. This isn't just watching from the shadows. This is living in them. Evelyn felt a cold prickle of anticipation at the base of her neck. She had been trained for this, molded for it through countless hours of simulated interrogations and cultural immersion. She could speak German with the crisp, aristocratic lilt of a Prussian debutante or the rougher edges of a Bavarian shopkeeper. But the reality of deep-cover infiltration was a beast she had only ever seen from a distance. Who would I be? She asked. Masterson reached into a drawer and pulled out a second, thinner file. Clara von Hollen, daughter of a disgraced German diplomat who died in Switzerland last year. You've spent the last few months mourning in a cottage in the Lake District, away from the prying eyes of London society. You're bitter about the British government's treatment of your father. You're lonely, you're wealthy, and most importantly, you're looking for people who understand the superiority of the fatherland. Evelyn looked at the photograph clipped to the file. It was a woman who looked remarkably like her, but with a harder set to her jaw and a different style of hair. The resemblance was striking enough to be useful, but distant enough to allow for the mask. When do I start? Masterson stood up and walked to the window, staring out into the fog. The war is bleeding us dry, Evelyn. Every day we lose more men in the mud of France. If this Feldblitz weapon is real, and if it reaches London, the casualties will be beyond anything we can sustain. You start tonight. You won't return to your flat. Your belongings are already being moved to a safe house. As far as the world is concerned, Evelyn Hart has been reassigned to a translation bureau in Edinburgh. Evelyn stood as well, the finality of his words sinking in. She thought of her small apartment, the half-finished book on her nightstand, the dried flowers in a vase from a sister she hadn't seen in 2 years. In a single moment, her life was being erased. Masterson turned back to her. His eyes softened for a fraction of a second. There is no safety net, Evelyn. If you are caught, we cannot acknowledge you. The Germans are paranoid, and they have every reason to be. They are looking for a reason to hang anyone they suspect of being a double agent. I understand, she said, her voice steady. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver locket. He handed it to her. It's a gift from your father. Clara's father. Inside is a portrait of a man you should remember as your hero. If you ever feel the mask slipping, look at it. Remember why Clara hates this city. Evelyn took the locket. The metal was cold against her palm. She tucked it into her pocket, feeling the weight of the persona already beginning to settle over her. She wasn't Evelyn Hart anymore. Evelyn was a ghost, a memory fading into the London mist. The next few hours were a blur of transformation. In a back room of the headquarters, a woman with quick hands and a mouth full of pins worked on Evelyn's appearance. Her hair, usually kept in a practical bun, was released and styled into the elegant, slightly severe waves favored by the continental elite. Her sensible wool coat was replaced with a tailored garment of fine dark silk and fur trimming. Her sturdy boots were swapped for delicate leather shoes that made her feel vulnerable, as if the lack of a solid heel meant she no longer had a firm grip on the earth. A man from the documentation department brought her a stack of papers: Clara's passport, letters from fictitious relatives in Zurich, and a diary filled with entries written in Evelyn's own hand, but in a different psychological voice. She spent an hour reading them, absorbing the petty grievances and the deep-seated anger of a woman who felt betrayed by her adopted country. By the time the clock struck midnight, the woman in the mirror was a stranger. Masterson returned to the room, looking at her with a grim sort of approval. "You look the part. Now you must live it. A car is waiting to take you to a hotel in Kensington. You've just arrived from the north. You're tired, you're grieving, and you're looking for a drink at the gallery across the street tomorrow evening. That's where the Arts Club meets." Evelyn nodded. She felt a strange detachment, as if she were watching herself from a great height. The fear was there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was suppressed by the sheer necessity of the mission. Masterson held out his hand. "Good luck, Clara." Evelyn took it, her grip firm. She didn't say goodbye. Evelyn Hart would have said goodbye. Clara von Holland simply gave a curt, aristocratic nod and walked out of the room. The drive to Kensington was silent. The driver was one of theirs, a man who spoke no words and kept his eyes on the road. The fog had thickened, turning the street lamps into ghostly orbs that flickered and vanished as the car passed. London felt like a city of phantoms. The sandbags piled against the buildings and the taped-over windows were the only signs that a world-ending conflict was happening just across the channel. As the car pulled up to the hotel, Evelyn took a deep breath. She reached into her pocket and touched the locket. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the image of her own life dissolve. She thought of the Feldblitz, the devastation it promised, and the thousands of lives that depended on her ability to lie. She opened her eyes, and Evelyn Hart was gone. She stepped out of the car, her movements fluid and possessed of a new, haughty grace. The doorman hurried forward. Sensing the aura of wealth and suppressed temper she projected. "Welcome to the Royal Kensington, madam," he said, reaching for her valise. "My name is Fraulein von Holland," she said, her voice carrying the perfect, subtle sting of German-accented English. "And I believe you have a reservation for me." The doorman bowed, oblivious to the fact that he was welcoming a predator into the heart of the city. Evelyn walked through the lobby, her heels clicking on the marble floor. She checked in with a practiced impatience, complaining about the dampness of the room and the quality of the tea. It was a performance, a rehearsal for the much more dangerous stage she would step onto tomorrow. In her room, she did not unpack immediately. She stood by the window, watching the fog press against the glass. Somewhere out there, the enemy was plotting. Somewhere in this very city, men and women were meeting in smoke-filled rooms, discussing the destruction of the world she knew. And somewhere, perhaps already watching her, was the leak that Masterson had spoken of. She thought of the soldiers in the trenches, the men she had seen at the train stations with hollow eyes and bandaged limbs. She thought of the weight of the war, a crushing, invisible force that spared no one. She was a tiny cog in a vast, terrifying machine. But tonight, the machine had changed her shape. Evelyn, no, Clara, sat on the edge of the bed. She opened the locket and looked at the face of the man inside. He was a stranger to her, a prop in a play that had no script. She realized then that the hardest part of the mission wouldn't be the danger or the deception. It would be the silence. The inability to speak her own name, to share her own thoughts, to exist as herself in a world that demanded she be someone else. The air raid sirens began their climb then, a low, haunting moan that rose to a scream. It was a sound that had become the heartbeat of London. Evelyn didn't move. She didn't seek cover. She stayed in the dark, watching the sky, waiting for the first flashes of light to break through the mist. She was in enemy territory now, even though she was standing in the heart of her own capital. Every word she spoke from this moment on would be a gamble. Every smile would be a trap. As the distant thud of anti-aircraft guns began to rattle the window panes, she felt a strange, cold clarity. She was no longer Evelyn Hart, the girl who loved languages and feared the dark. She was a weapon, forged in the fires of MI6, and she was about to be unleashed. She lay back on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Tomorrow, she would find the arts club. Tomorrow, she would find the men who whispered in the fog. And tomorrow, she would begin the slow, agonizing process of dismantling their world from the inside out. The shadows of the room seemed to deepen, wrapping around her like a second skin. Outside, the fog continued its relentless march, erasing the streets, the buildings, and the very identity of the woman who waited within them. The war raged on, a storm of iron and fire. But here in the silence of a Kensington hotel room, the most dangerous battle had just begun. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in her life, she didn't dream of safety. She dreamed of the Feldblitz, of white light and thunder, and of the man named Viktor, whose name had been scribbled in the margins of the file Masterson had given her. A man she hadn't met, but whose fate was already entwined with hers in the tangled web of the secret war. The whispers were starting, and Evelyn Hart was finally ready to listen. Chapter 2. A Dangerous Game. The fog did not merely roll through the streets of London, it seemed to breathe, a heavy, sulphurous lungful of coal smoke and river damp that clung to the skin like a shroud. Evelyn Hart adjusted the collar of her wool coat, her fingers trembling slightly, not from the biting chill of the November air, but from the sheer weight of the woman she was about to become. Behind her lay the sterile, map-lined rooms of Whitehall and the cool, clinical directives of her superiors at MI6. Ahead, swallowed by the gray gloom of the East End docks, lay a world where a single misplaced syllable could be a death sentence. She was no longer Evelyn Hart, the daughter of a Yorkshire vicar with a penchant for linguistics and a sharp mind for chess. She was Frida Hoffman, a woman born in Dusseldorf, orphaned by a British naval blockade that had supposedly claimed the lives of her parents on a merchant vessel. It was a lie built on a foundation of meticulously forged papers and a lifetime of immersion in the German tongue. But as she walked, Evelyn felt the lie calcifying into a new reality. She practiced the cadence of Frida's thoughts, the bitter resentment toward the British government, the quiet desperation of a woman looking for a purpose in a city that hated her for her accent. The transition had begun weeks ago in a safe house in Richmond, where she had been stripped of her past. They had taken her jewelry, her letters, even the soap she used, replacing them with items that smelled of cheap lye and industrial ash. Now, as she turned onto a narrow cobblestone lane where the gaslights flickered like dying stars, she felt the final transformation take hold. Her posture slumped slightly, the confident stride of a seasoned agent replaced by the guarded, hurried gait of the marginalized. The Blue Anchor was a tavern that time and the war seemed to have forgotten, or perhaps it was simply too wretched for the authorities to bother with. It sat precariously near the water's edge, the timber frame groaning with every surge of the Thames. Evelyn paused outside the door, listening to the muffled roar of voices within. This was the rendezvous point provided by her handler, a place where German sympathizers and disgruntled laborers were said to congregate under the nose of the Metropolitan Police. She pushed the door open. The heat hit her first. A thick, stifling wave of tobacco smoke, spilled ale, and unwashed bodies. The room was dimly lit, the shadows dancing against walls stained yellow by decades of neglect. Men in flat caps huddled over scarred wooden tables, their conversations dropping to a low hum as she entered. A woman alone in a place like this was either looking for trouble or bringing it. Evelyn didn't look at them. She made her way to the bar, her gaze fixed on the cracked mirror behind the taps. The barkeep, a man with a face like a crushed walnut and eyes that saw too much, wiped a glass with a rag that was filthier than the counter. "Ein kleines Bier," she said, her voice low and steady, the vowels rounded with the soft, melodic lilt of the Rhineland. The barkeep didn't blink. "We don't serve your kind here, missy. Not since the Lusitania." Evelyn let a flicker of cold anger cross her face, a controlled burst of Frida's supposed resentment. "I have coin, and I have a thirst. Is the king's law now that a woman must starve because of where she was born?" A man sitting at a corner table, his face obscured by the brim of a dark hat, shifted slightly. The barkeep looked toward him, a silent question passing between them. After a moment, the man nodded almost imperceptibly. The barkeep grunted and poured a glass of thin, watery ale. "2 pence. And keep your mouth shut." Evelyn took the glass and moved to a small table near the back, positioning herself so she could see the door and the man in the hat. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird in a cage, but her hands remained still. She took a sip of the beer, it was bitter and metallic, and waited. This was the most dangerous part of the game. The invitation. She couldn't approach them. She had to be recruited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The atmospheric tension in the room felt like a physical weight. She sensed the man in the hat watching her, dissecting her clothes, her movements, the way she held her glass. She leaned back, staring into the middle distance with an expression of weary resignation, the look of someone who had run out of places to hide. Finally, the man stood up. He was tall, with a lean, predatory grace that suggested military training beneath his civilian rags. He walked over to her table and pulled out the chair opposite her without asking. "You have a very particular accent," the man said. His English was perfect, too perfect, the precision of a scholar rather than a native speaker. "It is the accent of a ghost," Evelyn replied in German, her voice barely a whisper. "In this city I am told I do not exist, or that I should not." The man's eyes, a piercing icy blue, locked onto hers. "Why stay then?" "The channel is wide, but there are ways across for those with the courage to seek them." Evelyn let out a short, hollow laugh. "With what money? With what protection? I am a seamstress whose shop was burned by a mob in Stepney. I have nothing but the clothes on my back and a name that brings curses." The man leaned in closer. The smell of expensive cologne clashed with the grime of the tavern, a slip, perhaps, or a sign of his status within the hierarchy. "I know of people who value your name, who value the perspective of someone who has seen the British for what they truly are." "And what are they?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. "Hypocrites," the man said. "They speak of liberty while they choke the world with their navy. They speak of honor while they starve women and children. My name is Dietrich, and I think you might be exactly what we are looking for, Frida." The use of her alias sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. The hook was set. Now she had to ensure she wasn't the one being reeled in. "I am not looking for charity, Dietrich," she said, leaning forward to match his intensity. "I am looking for a way to strike back. I am tired of being the prey." Dietrich smiled, a thin, humorless curve of the lips. "That is a dangerous sentiment in London. The walls have ears, and the fog has eyes." "Then let us speak where the fog cannot follow," she challenged. Dietrich studied her for a long moment. The silence between them stretched thin. Evelyn felt the precariousness of her position. If he suspected for a second that she was an MI6 plant, she would never leave this tavern alive. She had no backup, no hidden guards. She was entirely alone. "Come with me," Dietrich said abruptly. He stood and tossed a shilling onto the table. It was far more than the beer cost, a display of wealth that felt like a provocation. He led her out of the tavern and back into the swirling gray labyrinth of the docks. They walked in silence, the only sound the rhythmic slap of the water against the pilings and the distant, lonely tolling of a buoy. Dietrich led her through a series of narrow alleys, doubling back twice to ensure they weren't being followed. Evelyn kept pace, her mind recording every turn, every landmark. A broken crate, a rusted iron gate, a specific pattern of dampness on a brick wall. They reached a warehouse that looked as though it were leaning into the river for support. Dietrich produced a key, unlocked a side door, and ushered her inside. The air was thick with the scent of grain and rotting wood. He led her up a flight of creaking stairs to a small boarded-up office that overlooked the main floor. Inside, a single lamp burned on a desk covered in ledgers. Standing by the window was another man, younger, with dark hair and a restless energy. He turned as they entered, his hand instinctively moving toward the pocket of his coat. "Relax, Viktor," Dietrich said. "This is Frida. She is a friend." Viktor's gaze swept over her, less clinical than Dietrich's, but no less intense. "She looks like a refugee," he said in German. "Are we running a charity now?" She has fire, Viktor, Dietrich replied, and she has the motive. Tell him, Frida. Tell him why you hate the British. Evelyn took a breath, summoning the fabricated memories of Frida Hoffman. She spoke of the night the mob came to Stepney, the sound of breaking glass, the smell of kerosene, the way the police stood by and watched as her livelihood was reduced to ash. She spoke of the letters from home that never arrived, of the rumors of the starvation in the streets of Berlin, and the cold, indifferent faces of the Londoners she passed every day. She channeled every bit of her training, every ounce of her own fatigue and fear, into the performance. By the time she finished, Viktor's hand had moved away from his pocket. He looked at her with something approaching sympathy, or perhaps it was merely the recognition of a kindred spirit. "The world is changing, Frida," Viktor said, his voice softer than Dietrich's. "The British think they can win this war with their ships and their empire, but they are blind to what is happening beneath their feet." "What is happening?" Evelyn asked, sensing the opening. "We are developing a way to end the war," Dietrich said, reclaiming the conversation. "A way to bring the conflict to their very doorstep, to make them feel the fire they have so carelessly spread across the continent. We call it the Feldblitz." The name sent a chill down Evelyn's spine. It was the first time she had heard it spoken aloud, the confirmation of the rumors that had sent her on this mission. She forced her expression to remain one of curious hope rather than alarm. "A weapon?" she asked. "A miracle," Dietrich corrected. "But a miracle requires preparation. It requires people who can move through this city unnoticed, people who can gather the final pieces of the puzzle we need to complete the work. What do you need from me?" Dietrich stepped closer, the lamp casting long, distorted shadows against the wall. "For now, we need you to watch. There is a man, an official in the Ministry of Munitions, who frequents a tea room in Kensington. He carries a briefcase that never leaves his side. We need to know his routine, every detail. When he arrives, when he leaves, who he speaks to." "I am a seamstress," Evelyn said, playing the part of the hesitant amateur. "I do not know how to shadow a government official." "You will learn," Viktor said. "I will teach you." Evelyn looked from Dietrich to Viktor. She saw the fanatical certainty in Dietrich's eyes and the burgeoning, dangerous curiosity in Viktor's. She realized then that this wasn't just a mission of espionage. It was a descent into a world of fractured loyalties and desperate men. "I will do it," she said. "For my parents, for what they took from me." Dietrich nodded, satisfied. "We will meet here again in 3 days. Do not go back to your lodgings. Viktor has a place for you to stay, a room above a bakery in Whitechapel. It is safe, and the owners are sympathetic." As Viktor led her back down the stairs and out into the fog, Evelyn felt the weight of the secret she carried. The Feldblitz was no longer a ghost. It was a looming reality. She looked at Viktor's profile as they walked. He was young, perhaps only a few years older than herself, and there was a haunted quality to his movements that suggested he was already paying the price for his choices. The walk to Whitechapel was a blur of gray stone and yellow light. Viktor spoke little, but when he did, it was of the world after the war, a world where borders wouldn't matter and the old orders would be swept away. He spoke with a fervor that was both inspiring and terrifying. "Here," he said, stopping in front of a small soot-stained building that smelled faintly of yeast and burnt sugar. "The room is at the top. The key is under the loose brick by the door." He handed her a small bundle of notes. "British pounds, likely stolen or forged. Buy yourself a new coat. Something that doesn't look so much like the East End. If you are to be in Kensington, you must look the part." "Thank you, Viktor," she said. He lingered for a moment, his gaze searching hers. "Be careful, Frida. The fog is thick tonight, but the British are not as blind as Dietrich thinks." He turned and disappeared into the gloom before she could respond. Evelyn found the key, climbed the narrow, winding stairs, and entered the tiny attic room. It was sparse. A cot, a wash basin, a single chair. But it was a sanctuary. She sat on the edge of the bed, her heart finally beginning to slow. She reached into the lining of her coat and pulled out a small, flat piece of charcoal and a scrap of paper she had hidden there. In the dim light, she began to write in the coded shorthand of MI6. "Contact made. Dietrich and Viktor. Target identified. Ministry of Munitions official. Weapon confirmed. Feldblitz." She stopped, her hand hovering over the paper. She thought of Viktor's eyes, the way he had looked at her with a mixture of suspicion and a strange, desperate hope. She thought of the terrible cost her superiors had warned her about. In this game of shadows, every step forward was a step away from her own soul. She folded the paper into a tiny square and hid it inside the hollowed-out heel of her shoe. She would have to find a way to pass it to her contact at the drop-off point near St. Paul's tomorrow. Evelyn lay back on the thin mattress, staring up at the dark ceiling. The fog pressed against the small window, a silent, encroaching tide. She was deep inside the enemy's camp now, surrounded by lies and held together by a name that wasn't hers. The game had truly begun, and as the distant chime of a clock tower marked the hour, she knew that the whispers in the fog were only going to get louder. She closed her eyes, but sleep didn't come. Instead, she saw the faces of the men in the tavern, the cold blue of Dietrich's eyes, and the flickering lamp in the warehouse. She was no longer just an observer. She was a participant in a plot that could reshape the world. The weight of the Feldblitz felt like a physical pressure on her chest, a ticking clock that she had to find a way to stop. In the quiet of the room, she whispered a name, not Frida, but Evelyn, a reminder of the woman she was supposed to be, a tether to a reality that was slipping further away with every breath she took in this gray, treacherous city. But as the wind rattled the window pane, the name felt thin and fragile, a ghost of a girl who had no place in the world of the Feldblitz. Evelyn Hart was gone. Frida Hoffman was awake. And the mission had only just begun. The next morning, the fog had lifted slightly, replaced by a fine, drizzling rain that turned the soot on the buildings into streaks of black tears. Evelyn dressed in her worn clothes, her mind already shifting back into the sharp, observant state required for her task. She had to buy the new coat, as Viktor suggested, but she also had to find the official at the tea room. She stepped out into the damp morning air, the smell of baking bread from below a cruel reminder of a normalcy she could no longer claim. She walked toward Kensington, the transition from the grimy docks to the affluent West End serving as a stark reminder of the divide in the city she was protecting and infiltrating. As she walked, she practiced her cover story again, refining the details. If she were stopped, she was Frida, looking for work as a domestic. If she were questioned by Dietrich, she was a loyalist to the cause. If she were seen by her own people, she was a traitor. The tea room was a genteel establishment, all lace curtains and polished silver. It was a world away from the Blue Anchor. Evelyn found a position across the street, huddled in the doorway of a closed bookshop, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Hours passed. The rain soaked through her thin shawl, making her shiver. She watched the carriages pass, the women in their fine furs, the men in their top hats. She felt like a specter, a shadow watching a world that had no idea how close it was to the edge of an abyss. Finally, a man emerged. He was middle-aged, with a prominent mustache and a stiff, formal gait. Tucked tightly under his arm was a leather briefcase, exactly as Dietrich had described. He looked hurried, his eyes darting nervously as he signaled for a cab. Evelyn memorized his face, the specific tilt of his hat, the way he clutched the briefcase as if it were his own child. This was the target. This was the key to the Feldblitz. She followed him, not too closely, using the crowds and the lingering mist as cover. He took the cab to a building near the War Office, a fortress of gray stone that seemed to frown down at the street. She watched him enter, noting the guards at the door and the security protocols. It would be impossible to get inside, she realized. Not as Frida, and certainly not as Evelyn. If the briefcase was to be taken, or its contents copied, it would have to happen somewhere else. She spent the rest of the day tracing the man's route, identifying the points of vulnerability. She found the cafe where he took his lunch, the park where he walked in the late afternoon, the modest townhouse in Bloomsbury where he lived alone. By the time the sun began to set, she had a map of his life laid out in her mind. She returned to Whitechapel exhausted, her bones aching from the cold and the tension. As she climbed the stairs to her room, she saw a shadow move at the top of the landing. Her hand went to the small knife she had concealed in her sleeve, her heart racing. "It's only me," a voice said. Viktor stepped into the light of the landing's single bulb. He was leaning against the wall, his expression unreadable. "You were gone a long time." "I was working," Evelyn said, her voice sharp with Frida's defensive edge. "I found the man. I know where he goes." Viktor nodded, but he didn't move. "Dietrich is pleased, but I wanted to see for myself." "See what?" "See if you were still Frida," he said, stepping closer, "or if the West End had reminded you of what you lost." Evelyn looked up at him, the space between them charged with a dangerous, unspoken energy. She saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the same weariness she felt in her own soul. For a moment, the masks they both wore seemed to flicker. "I know what I lost, Viktor," she said, "and for once, it wasn't a lie. I don't need the West End to remind me of that." Viktor reached out, his hand hovering near her face, as if he meant to brush a stray hair from her forehead, but he stopped himself. He pulled back, his expression hardening again. "Good. Because once we start this, Frida, there is no going back. The Feldblitz doesn't just destroy buildings, it destroys the world as we know it. "I am ready," she said. He looked at her for a moment longer, then turned and headed down the stairs. Evelyn watched him go, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the narrow stairwell. She felt a sudden, sharp pang of guilt. Viktor wasn't just an operative. He was a man driven by a broken sort of idealism, a man who believed he was doing the right thing for a country that was being bled dry. And she was going to betray him. She entered her room and locked the door, the silence of the attic closing in around her. She took the charcoal and the paper again, her hand trembling. "Target routine established," she wrote. "Potential for interception at Bloomsbury residence. Viktor showing signs of emotional instability. Proceeding with caution." She hid the message, then lay down on the cot, staring at the ceiling. The fog was back, thick and suffocating, pressing against the glass. In the distance, she heard the low, mournful moan of a foghorn on the river. It sounded like a warning. She was Frida Hoffman, a spy for the Kaiser. She was Evelyn Hart, a spy for the king. And somewhere in the space between the two, she was a woman caught in a web of her own making, waiting for the moment when the fog would finally clear and show her what she had become. The cost of the war was not just measured in lives lost on the battlefield, she realized. It was measured in the slow, agonizing erosion of the truth, in the whispers that turned friends into enemies and lovers into targets. As she finally drifted into a fitful sleep, the only thing she knew for certain was that the game had only just begun, and the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. The Feldblitz was coming, and she was the only one standing in its way, hidden in the heart of the enemy, playing a dangerous game where the only prize was survival. Chapter 3. Fallen Alliances. The yellow fog of London was a living thing that evening, a sulphurous curtain that clung to the brickwork and muffled the frantic pulse of a city at war. It tasted of coal smoke and damp wool, a flavor that Evelyn Hart had come to associate with the bitter necessity of her presence here. She walked with a measured pace, her heels clicking a rhythmic, lonely cadence against the cobblestones of Wapping. In her mind, she was no longer Evelyn Hart, the daughter of an Oxford professor and a rising star in the clandestine corridors of Whitehall. She was Lena Weber, a woman whose heart beat for a fatherland she had been taught to mourn from across the English Channel. She adjusted the collar of her heavy wool coat, feeling the slight weight of the miniature camera concealed in her bodice. It was a constant reminder of the tightrope she walked. One slip, one stray syllable of a British accent, or one moment of genuine empathy for the young men in khaki uniforms marching toward the docks, and her life would end in a windowless room at the Tower of London. Her destination was a nondescript public house called the Iron Bell. It sat hunched at the end of a narrow alleyway, its windows blackened in accordance with the defense regulations, though slivers of amber light escaped from beneath the door like secrets. Evelyn paused, drawing in a breath of the cold, wet air to steady her nerves. This was the night she was to be introduced to the inner circle, the men and women who functioned as the eyes and ears of the Kaiser in the very heart of the British Empire. Inside, the pub was a cacophony of low voices and the clatter of pewter mugs. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco and spilled ale. She moved to the far end of the bar, where a man with a crooked nose and a permanent squint was polishing a glass with a dirty rag. "A pint of the dark, please," Evelyn said, her voice carrying the soft, melodic lilt of the Rhineland. "And a seat by the fire, if the ghosts aren't occupying them all tonight." The barman looked up, his eyes darting to her face, and then to the small silver brooch pinned to her lapel, a simple design of a wilted lily. He nodded once, a sharp, jerky movement. "The ghosts are at the back, Miss Weber. They've been waiting for a new voice to join the choir." Evelyn took her drink and moved toward the shadows of the rear booths. A heavy velvet curtain partitioned off a corner of the room, ostensibly to keep out the draft. She pulled it aside and stepped into a world that felt thousands of miles removed from the London streets. 3 men sat around a low table. 2 were older, their faces etched with the weariness of years spent in the shadows. But it was the 3rd man who commanded her attention. He was younger, perhaps in his early 30s, with hair the color of harvested wheat and eyes that seemed to catch and hold every flickering spark from the hearth. He didn't look like a spy. He looked like a poet or a disillusioned aristocrat. He rose as she approached, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "Lena Weber, I presume?" he said, his German impeccable, though tinged with an accent she couldn't quite place, something worldly and polished. "I am Viktor. Our friends told me you were a woman of exceptional conviction." "I am a woman who wants to see the end of this madness," Evelyn replied, taking the seat he offered. "And conviction is a luxury we can only afford if we win." Viktor laughed, a low melodic sound that seemed dangerously out of place in a room built on paranoia. Spoken like a true pragmatist. "These gentlemen are Hans and Dieter. They handle the more industrial aspects of our endeavors. I, however, am responsible for the symphony." The 2 older men nodded curtly before excusing themselves, leaving Evelyn alone with Viktor. The silence that followed was heavy, filled only by the crackle of the fire and the distant, muffled sound of a foghorn on the Thames. "You're staring," Viktor noted, leaning back in his chair. "Am I not what you expected?" "I expected someone more cautious," Evelyn admitted, maintaining her cover with a layer of calculated frostiness. "You carry yourself as if you own the city, yet we are surrounded by people who would see us hanged." "Ownership is a matter of perspective," Viktor said. "The British believe they own London because their flags fly from the buildings. I own London because I know what is happening behind the doors of those buildings. I know which ministers are drinking themselves into a stupor, and I know which factories are struggling to meet their quotas for artillery shells. Knowledge, Lena, is the only true sovereignty." He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook. He flipped through it, his fingers long and dexterous. "You've been busy in the West End," he continued, his voice dropping an octave. The reports on the troop movements through Victoria Station were precise. It's rare to find such attention to detail in a newcomer. "I do what is required," she said. Viktor leaned forward, the firelight dancing in his blue eyes. "Tell me, why do you do it? Truly. Most people here are driven by hate or greed. Which one is it for you? Or is it something more tedious, like duty?" Evelyn felt a prickle of alarm. This was the test. Every word she spoke was a brick in the wall of her identity. If the wall looked too perfect, it would be suspicious. If it looked too crumbled, it would fall. My father was a scholar, she said, weaving the lie she had practiced for weeks. He believed in the unity of the European mind. He died in a British internment camp because his name sounded wrong to his neighbors. Hate is too simple a word for what I feel, Viktor. I want the world that killed him to realize its mistake. Viktor watched her for a long moment, his gaze searching. For a second, Evelyn feared he saw right through her, past Lena Weber and into the soul of the British agent who had spent her youth wandering the hills of Kent. Then he nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Loss is a powerful catalyst, he murmured. It makes one capable of great things. And great things are precisely what we are planning. He stood up and gestured for her to follow. We are moving locations. The air in here is getting stale, and I think you've earned a glimpse into the heart of the network. They exited through a back door that led into a labyrinth of narrow alleys. The fog had thickened, turning the world into a series of shifting gray shapes. Viktor walked with a confidence that suggested he knew these streets better than any London bobby. He led her toward a row of dilapidated warehouses near the water's edge. They stopped at a heavy oak door that looked as though it hadn't been opened in decades. Viktor produced a key, turned a complex lock, and ushered her inside. To Evelyn's surprise, the interior was not a dusty storehouse, but a functional, if Spartan, office. Maps were pinned to the walls, maps of the English coast, the rail lines, and the industrial heartlands of the north. A telegraph machine sat in the corner, its brass keys gleaming. This is the nerve center, Viktor said, gesturing to the room. From here, we coordinate the whispers. Every piece of intel from the docks, every rumor from the War Office, it all flows through here before it crosses the channel. Evelyn moved to the maps, her heart racing. This was more than she had hoped for in her first week. She saw markings she didn't recognize, symbols clustered around a coastal town in the east. "What is this?" she asked, pointing to a red circle near Harwich. Viktor stepped up behind her. She could feel the warmth of his presence, a disconcerting sensation. "That is the future," he whispered. "The British think they are fighting a war of attrition, a slow grind of flesh and mud. They have no idea that the rules are about to change." "The Feldblitz?" Evelyn asked, testing the name she had heard whispered in the corridors of MI6. Viktor stiffened, his hand hovering near the map. "You've heard that name?" "Only echoes," she lied quickly. "Rumors of a weapon that can turn the tide. I didn't know if it was real or just propaganda to keep our spirits up." "It is very real," Viktor said, his voice filled with a strange mixture of pride and dread. "It is a bomb of such devastating power that it will make the current artillery look like children's toys. It is nearing completion. My task, our task, is to ensure the path is clear for its delivery." He turned her around to face him. His hands were on her shoulders, his grip firm but not unkind. "You are a valuable asset now, Lena. But this network is built on more than just shared goals. It is built on trust. Can I trust you?" Evelyn looked into his eyes, seeing the flicker of a man who was perhaps as weary of the shadows as she was. She saw a vulnerability there that she hadn't expected, a crack in the armor of the master spy. It was a dangerous thing to see. "You can trust me as much as I can trust you." she replied softly. Viktor smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. Fair enough. We are all ghosts here, after all. The hours that followed were a blur of activity. Viktor introduced her to the communication codes they used, a complex system based on musical notations. He showed her the hidden compartments in everyday objects where messages were stashed. He was a meticulous teacher, patient and thorough. Yet, throughout it all, Evelyn felt a growing tension. She was a professional, trained to compartmentalize her emotions, but there was something about Viktor that defied her training. He wasn't the cold, calculating villain her handlers had described. He was intelligent, witty, and possessed a grim sense of honor. As the night began to bleed into the early hours of the morning, the heavy work subsided. Viktor poured 2 glasses of amber liquid from a crystal decanter. "To the end of the war," he said, raising his glass. "Whichever end that may be?" Evelyn asked. "Whichever end allows us to stop living like rats in a cellar," he countered. They sat in silence for a while, the only sound the ticking of a clock on the wall. The atmosphere had shifted from professional to something more personal, a fragile bridge built over a chasm of lies. "Do you ever miss it?" Evelyn asked, the question slipping out before she could stop it. "The world as it was before 1914? "Every day," Viktor said, his voice heavy. "I was in St. Petersburg when the Archduke was shot. I was studying architecture. I wanted to build things that would last for centuries. Instead, I spend my time figuring out how to tear things down in seconds." "Why did you stay? Why join the intelligence service?" "Because I saw the alternative," he said, looking into his glass. "I saw the mobs in the streets, the blind hatred of anything foreign. I realized that if I didn't play a part in shaping the outcome, the world would be inherited by the loudest and the most violent. I chose the shadows because at least here you can hear yourself think." He looked at her then, a look of sudden, piercing intensity. "And what about you, Lena? If the war ended tomorrow, where would you go?" Evelyn thought of her small flat in London, the books she had left half read, the life she had put on hold to serve a country that would never know her name. She thought of the ghosts she already carried. "I don't think people like us ever really go back," she said. "We've seen too much. The fog doesn't just stay in the streets. It gets inside you." Viktor reached out, his hand covering hers on the table. It was a brief touch, but it felt like an electric shock. His skin was warm, his touch surprisingly gentle. "Then perhaps we should find a way to navigate the fog together," he said. Evelyn withdrew her hand, the movement perhaps a little too quick. She needed to re-establish the distance. She was a spy, and he was the enemy. Or he was a double agent, or he was a trap. The possibilities were a dizzying carousel in her mind. "I should go," she said, standing up. "The sun will be up soon, and Lena Weber has a shift at the garment factory." Viktor stood as well, regaining his composure. "Of course. Duty calls. I will walk you part of the way. It's not safe for a woman to be out alone, even a woman as capable as you." They walked through the thinning fog, the city beginning to stir with the gray light of dawn. The silence between them was different now, no longer the silence of 2 strangers, but the guarded quiet of 2 people who had shared a glimpse of their true selves. They reached the corner of the street where her boarding house was located. Viktor stopped, his figure silhouetted against the rising sun. "We will meet again on Thursday, Lena. Same place. I will have more specific instructions regarding the Harwich shipments." "I'll be there," she said. He lingered for a moment, as if wanting to say something more, then simply tipped his hat and turned away, disappearing into the mist. Evelyn climbed the stairs to her room, her body aching with exhaustion. She locked the door and sank onto the bed, her mind racing. She had done it. She had infiltrated the network. She had met Viktor. But the victory felt hollow. She thought about the map, the red circle near Harwich, and the name Feldblitz. She needed to get this information to her handler, C, immediately. But as she reached for the hidden compartment in her floorboards to retrieve her signaling equipment, she paused. Viktor's face flashed in her mind, the way he looked when he spoke about architecture, the way he looked when he touched her hand. Was he playing her? Was the vulnerability he showed just another layer of deception, a way to bind her to him? Or was he, like her, a soul lost in the machinery of a global catastrophe? She realized with a jolt of fear that she was no longer sure who was the hunter and who was the prey. The alliance they had formed tonight was built on sand, a treacherous foundation of shared secrets and hidden agendas. Viktor had revealed a network of spies, but he had also revealed something far more dangerous, a human connection that threatened to undermine everything she had been trained to do. As the first rays of the sun hit the window pane, Evelyn Hart sat in the growing light, the weight of the war pressing down on her shoulders. She was surrounded by enemies, but the most dangerous one might be the heart she thought she had hardened long ago. The fog was lifting from the city, but in the world of shadows where she lived, the darkness was only just beginning to deepen. She pulled out a scrap of paper and began to encode her message, her fingers steady despite the turmoil in her chest. Subject: Network identified. Contact name: Viktor. Threat level: extreme. Feldblitz confirmed. She stopped, the pen hovering over the paper. She thought of the way Viktor had said her name, or the name he thought was hers. She finished the message with a cold, professional precision, but as she hid the paper, she knew that the alliance she had forged tonight would either be her greatest triumph or her ultimate undoing. The whispers in the fog had become a roar, and Evelyn Hart was right in the center of the storm. She closed her eyes, trying to find the cold, detached version of herself that had started this mission. But Lena Weber was becoming more than a mask, and Viktor was becoming more than a target. In the silence of the room, she could almost hear the ticking of the clock, each second a heartbeat in a game where the stakes were nothing less than the future of the world. And for the first time in her career, Evelyn Hart was afraid that she might lose. The mission was paramount. The intelligence was vital. The Feldblitz had to be stopped. She repeated these mantras to herself, a litany against the encroaching doubt. Yet as she drifted into a fitful sleep, she saw the map again, and the red circle that marked the end of everything she knew. And in the center of that circle stood Viktor, holding a glass of amber liquid, waiting for her to step out of the fog. When she woke a few hours later, the room was bright, and the normal sounds of London, the calls of vendors, the rumble of carts, filled the air. But for Evelyn, the world had changed. The alliances she had formed were fallen things, broken by the very nature of her work. She dressed for her factory job, her movements mechanical. She was Lena Weber again. She was the sympathizer. She was the spy. But as she stepped out into the street, she couldn't help but look back at the shadows, searching for the man who had promised to help her navigate the fog. The war was raging across the sea, but here, in the quiet streets of London, the real battle had only just begun. It was a battle of wills, of secrets, and of two people who had found each other in the darkness, only to realize that the light might be their greatest enemy. Evelyn merged into the crowd of workers, her face a mask of anonymity. She had a mission to complete, a weapon to find, and a man to outmaneuver. But as she walked, the memory of Viktor's touch remained, a lingering warmth in a world that had grown cold with the breath of war. The alliances were fallen, the lines were drawn, and the fog was waiting for her to return. She would be ready. She had to be. Because in the game of whispers, the last person to speak is usually the one who loses everything. Chapter 4. Secrets in Shadows. The fog did not just sit over London, it possessed it. It was a thick, yellow-gray shroud that tasted of coal smoke and river silt, turning the familiar silhouettes of the city into distorted specters. For Evelyn Hart, the mist was both a sanctuary and a predator. As she walked down the narrow cobblestone alleyways of Marylebone, her heels clicking a rhythmic, frantic beat against the damp stone, she felt the weight of her dual identity pressing into her chest like a corset pulled too tight. To the world, she was Anna Becker, a woman of German descent whose sympathies lay with the fatherland, a socialite disillusioned by the British war effort. To herself, she was a ghost, a woman whose original name felt more like a souvenir from a life she no longer lived. She stopped beneath a flickering gas lamp, its light struggling to penetrate the gloom. She checked her watch. It was nearly midnight. The meeting was scheduled for 12:05 at a nondescript townhouse that belonged to a man known only as the Baron. He was a financier with deep pockets and deeper secrets, a man who believed the Kaiser's victory was not only inevitable but preferable. Evelyn adjusted the collar of her wool coat, her fingers trembling slightly, not from the cold, but from the sheer adrenaline that had become her only constant companion. A shadow detached itself from a nearby doorway. Evelyn stiffened, her hand sliding instinctively toward the small, silver-plated pistol hidden in the lining of her muff. "Easy, Anna," a familiar voice whispered. The accent was thick, cultured, and carried a hint of a smile that Evelyn could feel even if she couldn't see it. Viktor stepped into the faint circle of light. He looked every bit the gentleman in his tailored overcoat and Homburg hat, though the way he held his shoulders suggested a man who spent more time in trenches than in ballrooms. Viktor was an enigma she had yet to solve. He claimed to be a double agent, working for the Russians while feeding scraps to the Germans. But in the world of espionage, the truth was a fluid thing. He had saved her life twice in the last month, yet she still woke up in the middle of the night wondering if he was the one who would eventually end it. "You're late," Viktor said, falling into step beside her. "And you're lurking," she retorted, her voice low and sharp. "It's a bad habit." "It is a necessary habit in this city," he countered. "There are eyes in the fog that don't belong to the crown. The German cell is nervous, Evelyn. The recent raids on the docks have them looking for a scapegoat." Evelyn felt a cold prickle of fear. "Are they suspicious of me?" Not yet. But the Baron is a man who smells fear like a hound smells blood. When you walk into that room, you must be Anna Becker to your very marrow. If you hesitate, if you blink at the wrong moment, we both end up at the bottom of the Thames. I know how to play my part, Viktor, she said, perhaps a bit too defensively. He stopped and turned to her, reaching out to catch her arm. His touch was firm but not unkind. I know you do. But remember that even the best actors can get lost in the play. Don't let the shadows swallow you. She looked into his eyes, trying to find the man beneath the operative. For a fleeting second, the war seemed to vanish, replaced by the strange, magnetic pull that had been growing between them. It was a dangerous distraction, a luxury she couldn't afford, yet she found herself leaning toward him, drawn to the only person in this city who knew even a fraction of who she really was. Then, the moment broke. A distant whistle blew, and the sound of a carriage rumbled on the main road. "We should go," Evelyn said, pulling away. The townhouse at 14 Bentinck Street was a grand, somber affair. From the outside, it looked like any other residence of the wealthy elite, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of expensive brandy and the low murmur of men discussing the end of the world. Viktor led her through the service entrance, a silent agreement that they should not be seen arriving together. Evelyn entered the drawing room through a side door. The room was bathed in the warm, amber glow of a dozen candles. Heavy velvet curtains were drawn tight, sealing them away from the prying eyes of the London night. There were 6 men in the room, all of them dressed in evening wear, their faces obscured by the haze of cigar smoke. At the center of the group sat the Baron, a man with a hawk-like nose and eyes that seemed to reflect no light. "Ah, Fräulein Becker," the Baron said, rising slowly to his feet. He took her hand and kissed the air above her knuckles. "We were beginning to fear the fog had claimed you." "It takes more than a bit of weather to deter me, Baron," Evelyn said, her German fluent and melodic, devoid of any British inflection. "I apologize for the delay. The patrols are particularly active tonight." The Baron gestured to a chair. "Sit. We have much to discuss and little time. The British are tightening their grip on the wireless signals. Our window of communication is closing." Evelyn took her seat, her mind working like a camera, capturing every face, every detail of the room. Viktor was standing by the sideboard, pouring himself a drink, seemingly disinterested, yet she knew he was listening with the same intensity she was. "The war is entering a new phase," the Baron began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial rasp. "The stalemate in the trenches cannot hold. The Kaiser's scientists have been working tirelessly on a solution that will bypass the mud and the wire entirely. They call it the Feldblitz." Evelyn felt her heart skip a beat. She had heard whispers of a new weapon, something devastating, but the name was new. Feldblitz. Field lightning. And what exactly is this lightning? One of the other men asked, a stout man with a monocle who looked like he would be more at home at a horse race than a clandestine meeting. "It is a culmination of chemical engineering and ballistics," the Baron replied. "A device that, when detonated, does not merely explode. It releases a concentrated burst of incendiary energy, a fire that cannot be extinguished by traditional means. It is designed to clear an entire sector of the front in seconds. It is the hammer that will break the British spirit. Evelyn forced herself to remain expressionless. She needed more details. Where is it being produced? How close is it to completion? The Baron leaned forward, the candlelight dancing in his dark eyes. It is nearing the final stages of testing. The first prototypes are being moved to the coastal facilities in Flanders. If all goes according to plan, the first deployment will occur before the winter snows. But the delivery, the stout man pressed. How do we ensure it reaches the target? That is why we are here, the Baron said, his gaze shifting to Evelyn. Our intelligence suggests the British have been alerted to the movement of high-priority cargo. We need to ensure their focus remains elsewhere. Fräulein Becker, your contacts in the social circles of the Admiralty have been most useful. We need you to identify the specific patrol schedules for the shipping lanes in the Channel. If we can create a diversion, a phantom fleet, the Feldblitz will pass right under their noses. Evelyn nodded, her brain firing rapidly. She had to give them something, enough to keep her cover, but she also had to find out where those coastal facilities were. I can certainly look into the schedules, Baron. My friend at the Admiralty, Commander Harrison, is quite fond of his Scotch and even fonder of boasting about his responsibilities. But he is also a cautious man. To get the specific coordinates, I may need something to offer him in return. Something that makes him feel he is the one doing the manipulating. The Baron chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. You are a clever woman, Anna. This is why we value you. As the discussion turned to logistics and codes, Evelyn's mind raced. The Feldblitz sounded like a nightmare made manifest. If the Germans could indeed wipe out entire sectors with a single strike, the war would be over in weeks. Thousands of men would be incinerated before they even knew they were under attack. The urgency of her mission shifted from a steady simmer to a roaring boil. She had to get this information back to her handler at MI6, and she had to do it without tipping off the Baron. Viktor caught her eye across the room. He gave a subtle nod, a signal that he had heard enough. He set his glass down and began to move toward the door. "If you'll excuse me, gentlemen," Viktor said, his tone casual. "I have a meeting with a certain contact in the East End. The black market doesn't wait for the war to end." The Baron waved him off. "Go, Viktor. Keep your ears open. We cannot afford any more leaks." Evelyn waited a few more minutes, contributing just enough to the conversation to solidify her role before she too made her excuses. The tension in the room was palpable, a physical weight that made her skin crawl. She felt the Baron's eyes on her back as she walked out, wondering if he could see through the fabric of her coat to the British spy beneath. Outside, the fog had thickened, turning the street into a gray void. She walked quickly, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She hadn't gone a block when a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her into the recessed doorway of a darkened shop. She didn't scream. She went for her muff. "It's me," Viktor hissed, his face inches from hers. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "You're going to give me a heart attack, Viktor." "We don't have time for your heart," he said, his voice urgent. "Did you hear what he said? The coastal facilities in Flanders. I know where they are." "You do?" "I've seen the manifests. There's a repurposed sugar refinery near Ostend. It's been under heavy guard for months. They're calling it Project Zephyr, but the Baron just confirmed it's the Feldblitz." Evelyn gripped his coat. "We have to tell London. If we can get the coordinates to the RAF, they can bomb it before the prototypes are moved. It's not that simple, Evelyn. The Baron isn't a fool. He knows there's a leak. That's why he's using you to find the patrol schedules. He's testing you. If you provide the wrong information, or if the refinery is hit too soon, he'll know it was you. Then I'll take the risk, she said. I didn't come here to play bridge and wait for the world to burn. Viktor looked at her, his expression a mixture of admiration and dread. You're a brave woman, Evelyn Hart. Too brave for your own good. He used her real name. It hit her like a physical blow. In the silence of the fog, the name felt heavy, dangerous, and inexplicably sweet. You shouldn't call me that, she whispered. There's no one here to hear it but the ghosts, he said, and they already know our secrets. He reached out, his hand cupping her cheek. For a moment, the mission, the Feldblitz, and the war itself seemed to fade into the background. There was only the warmth of his skin against hers and the frantic beating of her own heart. He leaned in, and for a heartbeat, she thought he might kiss her. She wanted him to. She wanted to forget the lies and the fear, even if only for a second. But Viktor pulled back, his professional mask sliding back into place. Go home, Anna. Sleep if you can. I'll contact you at the tea shop on Friday. Don't go near the Admiralty until we've had a chance to verify the Baron's movements. He turned and disappeared into the fog before she could say another word. Evelyn stood in the doorway for a long time, the cold seeping into her bones. She felt like a tightrope walker who had just realized the wire was made of glass. Every step she took was a gamble, every word she spoke a potential death sentence. And now, there was Viktor. Was he truly an ally, or was he the most sophisticated trap the Germans had ever devised? He knew her name. He knew her mission. He held her life in his hands, and she had no idea what he intended to do with it. She began the long walk back to her flat in Bloomsbury. The city felt different now. The fog was no longer just weather. It was a living thing, a shroud for the secrets that were slowly strangling the world. She thought of the Feldblitz, the field lightning. She imagined the fire it would unleash, the screams of men who would never see the sun again. She thought of her brothers, both of them somewhere in the mud of France, oblivious to the nightmare being prepared for them in a sugar refinery in Flanders. By the time she reached her small apartment, the sun was beginning to bleed through the gray horizon, a pale, sickly light that did little to warm the morning. She climbed the stairs, her legs feeling like lead. Inside, she didn't turn on the lights. She moved through the shadows of her own life, a stranger in her own home. She went to the small writing desk in the corner of her bedroom. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was a small, leather-bound notebook. She sat down and began to write, her hand steady despite the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm her. She wrote in a complex cipher, a language of dots and dashes that would tell MI6 everything she had learned. Feldblitz, Flanders, Ostend. The Baron knows. As she finished the last line, she leaned back and closed her eyes. The image of Viktor's face flashed behind her eyelids. She remembered the way he had looked at her, the way he had said her name. Was it possible to find love in a place where trust was a death wish? Or was she merely grasping at a shadow, a phantom of the woman she used to be? She knew she couldn't afford to care for him. In this game, Attachments were liabilities. Viktor was a variable she couldn't control, a flame that could either light her way or burn her to the ground. Yet, as she drifted into a fitful, shallow sleep, she found herself wishing for the fog to return, to wrap them both in its cold embrace and hide them from the world that was so determined to tear them apart. The war was no longer just a map in a strategy room or a headline in the paper. It was a personal vendetta, a race against a weapon that threatened to consume everything she held dear. Evelyn Hart was no longer just a spy. She was the only thing standing between the lightning and the world. And as the whispers in the fog grew louder, she knew that the hardest part of her mission had only just begun. She woke up a few hours later to the sound of a distant explosion. It was far away, likely a stray bomb from a nocturnal raid or a naval exercise in the estuary, but it sounded like a warning. She sat up in bed, her heart racing. The room was cold, the fire in the grate having long since died out. She looked at her hands. They were stained with ink and the faint metallic scent of the pistol she had carried all night. She realized then that she could never go back. Evelyn Hart was a ghost, and Anna Becker was a lie. She was something else now, something forged in the shadows of the war, a creature of secrets and whispers. She rose and began to prepare for the day. She had a role to play, a man to manipulate, and a weapon to destroy. The fog was lifting, but the darkness was only deepening, and in the center of it all she saw Viktor's eyes, watching her from the gloom, waiting to see which version of her would survive the coming storm. The information about the Feldblitz burned in her mind. It was a secret that felt like a physical weight, a coal that she had to carry until she could pass it on. She thought of the Baron, his cold certainty, and the stout man with the monocle who spoke of war like it was a game of chance. They didn't see the people. They saw only the victory. They saw the lightning, but they didn't see the lives it would shatter. Evelyn dressed in a simple, elegant day suit. She pinned her hair up, her reflection in the mirror showing a woman who looked composed, sophisticated, and entirely hollow. She applied a touch of rouge to her cheeks to hide her pallor. She looked like a woman who was ready for a day of shopping and gossip, not a woman who held the fate of the Allied forces in her hands. Before she left, she looked at the notebook one last time. She had to get the message to the drop point by noon. The clock was ticking, and the Feldblitz was waiting. As she stepped out into the street, the last vestiges of the night's fog were being chased away by a brisk wind. The city was waking up, oblivious to the shadow that hung over it. Evelyn took a deep breath, the air cold and sharp in her lungs. She set off toward the park, her pace brisk and purposeful. She was a whisper in the fog, a secret in the shadows, and for the first time in her life, she knew exactly what she had to do. The war had taken everything from her, but it had also given her a purpose. She would stop the lightning, even if it meant she had to be the one to be struck. The game was on, and the stakes were nothing less than the soul of the world. Evelyn Hart walked into the light, leaving the ghost of Anna Becker behind in the shadows, her mind focused on one thing and one thing only. The Feldblitz must never see the light of day. In the distance, the bells of Westminster began to chime, their deep, resonant tones echoing through the streets. To Evelyn, they didn't sound like a call to prayer. They sounded like a countdown. and as she disappeared into the morning crowd, she felt the weight of the mission settle onto her shoulders, a burden she would carry until the end, whatever that end might be. Chapter 5. Threads of Deceit. The yellow fog of London was a living thing, a thick, sulphurous blanket that swallowed the sounds of the city and turned the gas lamps into pale, sickly orbs. Evelyn Hart pulled the collar of her wool coat higher, the dampness seeping through the fabric and chilling her to the bone. Every footstep on the slick cobblestones felt amplified, a rhythmic ticking clock that reminded her how little time she had. In the world of shadows she now inhabited, silence was a luxury, and light was an enemy. She wasn't Evelyn Hart tonight. She was Eva von Richter, a woman whose loyalties supposedly lay with the fatherland, navigating a city that would hang her if they knew her true purpose. She turned the corner into a narrow alleyway behind a row of crumbling warehouses near the East India Docks. The scent of brine and rotting timber was heavy here, mixing with the metallic tang of coal smoke. At the end of the alley stood a door marked only by a faded red cross, a remnant of a long-abandoned infirmary. This was the entrance to the Rusty Anchor, a pub that catered to those who didn't want to be found. Inside, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and the smell of spilled ale. Evelyn scanned the room, her eyes adjusting to the dim, amber light. She saw the usual collection of dock workers with scarred hands and soldiers whose eyes had seen too much of the trenches. In the far corner, tucked into a booth where the shadows were deepest, sat Viktor. He looked every bit the weary merchant seaman he pretended to be, his dark hair tousled and a 3-day growth of stubble lining his jaw. But his eyes gave him away. They were sharp, restless, always cataloging the exits and the people around him. When he saw her, a small, genuine smile touched his lips, a smile that made Evelyn's heart betray her with a sudden, unwanted flutter. She slid into the booth opposite him, her movements fluid and practiced. He didn't speak immediately, instead pushing a glass of lukewarm gin across the table. "You look tired, Eva," he said, his voice a low rasp that vibrated in the small space between them. "London is not kind to you tonight." "London is kind to no one these days, Viktor," she replied in her perfect, upper-class German, tempered with a hint of fatigue. "The raids are increasing. People are jumpy. It makes the work harder." Viktor leaned forward, his elbows resting on the scarred wood of the table. The work is always hard when the end is near. The Feldblitz is not just a rumor anymore. I've seen the manifests. They're moving the components to the coast. If it's as devastating as they claim, the fog won't be the only thing suffocating this city. Evelyn took a sip of the gin, the harsh liquid burning her throat. It helped ground her. The Feldblitz. The word itself felt like a curse, a weapon capable of leveling entire blocks, a technological terror that could break the stalemate of the Western Front and bring Britain to its knees. "Where exactly are the components?" she whispered. Viktor's gaze drifted to the door as a group of boisterous sailors entered, then returned to her. "Information has a price, even between friends, or whatever it is we have become." Evelyn felt a prickle of heat in her cheeks. For weeks, they had been dancing around each other, two predators in a shared cage. Viktor was a double agent, working for the German intelligence while feeding scraps, some true, some false, to the British. Or at least, that was the theory. In this game, truth was a subjective concept. She was supposed to be monitoring him, using him to get to the weapon, but the lines were blurring. When he touched her hand in the darkness of a safe house, or when they shared a quiet laugh over a stolen bottle of wine, she forgot, for a fleeting second, that they were both living a lie. "We are allies, Viktor," she said, her voice steady. "The allies need to know. If this bomb is dropped, there will be no London left to spy on." Viktor reached out, his fingers brushing the back of her hand. It was a brief contact, but it felt electric. "I'm not sure who I'm an ally to anymore, Eva. Sometimes, when I look at you, I forget about the Kaiser and the King. I see a woman who is far too brave for her own good." Evelyn pulled her hand away, though it cost her an effort. "Don't," she said. "Personal feelings are a luxury we can't afford. Tell me what you know." He sighed, the weight of his own secret seeming to pull at his shoulders. "There is a shipment arriving at the rail yard in Stratford in 3 days. It's listed as medical supplies, but the guard detail is SS. Not the usual conscripts. If you want to see the heart of the Feldblitz, that's where you'll find it." Evelyn committed the details to memory, her mind already racing through the logistics of an infiltration. Stratford was heavily patrolled, and the rail yards were a labyrinth. She would need a distraction, a way in that didn't involve a frontal assault. "Why tell me this now?" she asked, searching his face. "Because I want you to stay alive," Viktor said, his voice dropping to a barely audible murmur. "The High Command is getting suspicious. There's a leak, and they're starting to look at everyone, even me, even you. If you go to Stratford, you go as a ghost. If you're caught, I can't help you." The warning hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Before she could respond, the heavy oak door of the pub burst open with a resounding crash. The room went silent instantly. A squad of men in dark trench coats, their faces obscured by the brims of their hats, swarmed into the room. They weren't the regular Metropolitan Police. These were the men of the Special Branch, the ones tasked with rooting out spies and saboteurs. "Nobody move!" a voice barked, sharp and authoritative. "Identity papers out!" Panic flared in the pub. A sailor tried to bolt for the back exit, but was tackled by 2 officers. Glass shattered as a chair was overturned. Evelyn's instincts took over. Her pulse hammered against her ribs, but her mind remained cold and analytical. Her papers were perfect, a masterpiece of forgery by the best artists at MI6. But a deep background check by the Special Branch would eventually reveal the cracks. And if she was arrested, she couldn't call her handlers without blowing her cover to Viktor and the German network. "We have to go," she whispered to Viktor. "The back way is blocked," he said, his eyes scanning the room. "The cellar. There's a coal chute that leads to the side street." They slid out of the booth, staying low as the chaos intensified. The officers were moving through the crowd, shouting orders and shoving men against the walls. Evelyn felt a hand grab her shoulder. "You there! Where do you think you're going?" She turned, her face a mask of terrified innocence. "I'm just trying to get home, sir. It's so loud in here, I thought there was a fire." The officer, a young man with a pinched face, looked her over. She projected the image of a frightened young woman, her hands trembling slightly. He hesitated, his grip loosening. "Papers," he demanded. Evelyn reached into her bag, her fingers brushing the cold steel of the small derringer she kept concealed in a hidden pocket. She didn't want to use it. Killing a British officer was a line she wasn't ready to cross, even to save her mission. Before she could produce the documents, a heavy glass mug shattered against the wall behind the officer's head. Viktor had thrown it, creating a split second of distraction. "Run!" Viktor shouted. Evelyn didn't hesitate. She shoved past the stunned officer and bolted toward the bar. Viktor was right behind her. They vaulted over the counter, the smell of stale beer and sawdust filling her nostrils. Behind the bar, a heavy wooden trapdoor was held open by a rusted iron hook. They scrambled down the steep, narrow stairs into the darkness of the cellar. Above them, the sounds of the raid were muffled but still terrifying. The thud of boots, the shouting, the sound of things being broken. The cellar was a maze of barrels and crates. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and rot. Viktor led the way, his hand catching hers to guide her through the gloom. They reached a small, rectangular opening high up on the wall where a faint light filtered through a metal grate. "The coal chute," Viktor panted. "It's a tight fit." He boosted her up, his hands firm on her waist. Evelyn gripped the edge of the chute, pulling herself into the cold, grimy tunnel. The scent of coal dust was overwhelming, clogging her throat and making her eyes water. She scrambled upward, her nails digging into the rough metal. She pushed the grate open, the hinges screaming in protest, and tumbled out onto the wet pavement of a side street. A moment later, Viktor emerged, covered in black dust, but unhurt. They didn't stop to catch their breath. They ran through the labyrinthine streets of the docks, turning corners at random, doubling back to ensure they weren't being followed. The fog was their ally now, swallowing them whole and hiding their movements from any pursuing eyes. They finally stopped in the shadow of a derelict church, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence of the night was eerie after the violence of the pub. "Are you all right?" Viktor asked, his hand resting on her arm. Evelyn nodded, leaning against the cold stone of the church wall. "My heart is trying to escape my chest, but I'm fine. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. I told you, I want you to stay alive," he said. He was standing close now, so close she could feel the heat radiating from his body. In the dim light, his eyes were unreadable, filled with a mixture of concern and something deeper, something that frightened her more than the raid. They stood there for a long moment, the world around them reduced to the small circle of space they occupied. The war, the Feldblitz, the lies, all of it felt distant, replaced by the sheer, visceral reality of being alive. Viktor reached out, his hand cupping her cheek. His skin was rough, stained with coal dust, but his touch was incredibly gentle. "Eva," he whispered. She should pull away. She should remind him of the mission, of the stakes, of the fact that they were on opposite sides of a conflict that was tearing the world apart. But the adrenaline was still coursing through her veins, and the loneliness that had been her constant companion for months suddenly felt unbearable. She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing. For a second, she allowed herself to be just Evelyn, a woman seeking comfort in a cold, dark world. He leaned in, his lips brushing against hers. It was a tentative kiss, a question asked in the dark. Evelyn responded, her hands finding the lapels of his coat. It was a desperate, hungry kiss, born of fear and the fleeting nature of their lives. It was a betrayal of everything she stood for, a thread of deceit woven into the very fabric of her soul, yet she couldn't stop herself. When they finally broke apart, both were breathless. Viktor looked at her, a strange expression on his face, a mixture of triumph and sorrow. "You should go," he said, his voice thick. "The patrol will be combing the area. Go to the safe house in Whitechapel. Stay there until I contact you." Evelyn nodded, her mind already beginning to reassemble the walls she had let crumble. "I'll be there." "And the Stratford rail yard?" "The shipment is still coming," Viktor said. "But be careful, Eva. The fog has ears." He turned and disappeared into the mist without another word. Evelyn watched him go, her heart a tangled knot of conflicting emotions. She had the information she needed, but at what cost? She was a spy, a weapon of the British Crown, yet she had just found solace in the arms of the enemy. Or was he the enemy? The lines were so blurred she couldn't tell where the lie ended and she began. She began the long walk back to her flat, choosing a circuitous route to ensure she wasn't being tracked. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every distant whistle a signal of her doom. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. She thought about the Feldblitz. If Viktor's information was correct, she had 72 hours to coordinate with her handlers and plan a sabotage mission. It would be the most dangerous thing she had ever done. The rail yard would be crawling with guards, and the weapon itself would be heavily protected. One mistake would mean not only her death, but the potential destruction of London. And then there was Viktor. Was he truly helping her, or was this a trap? A double agent's loyalty was as shifting as the tides. He could be leading her into an ambush, a way to prove his own loyalty to the Germans by delivering a high-ranking British spy. The kiss could have been a distraction, a way to cloud her judgment. She reached her small, sparsely furnished flat in Bloomsbury as the first hints of a gray, dismal dawn began to break through the fog. She stripped off her coal-stained clothes, her movements mechanical. She washed the soot from her face and hands, the cold water shocking her system. She sat at her small desk, pulling out a hidden compartment that held her cipher wheels and a stack of thin, translucent paper. She began to code her report, her fingers moving with practiced ease. She detailed the information about the Stratford rail yard, the guard detail, and the suspected timeline for the Feldblitz shipment. But as she wrote, her mind kept returning to the moment in the shadow of the church. The way Viktor had looked at her, the way his hand had felt against her skin. She found herself wondering who he really was beneath the masks he wore. Was he a man caught in the middle, like her? Or was he the most dangerous liar of them all? She finished the report and sealed it in a small, waterproof canister. She would drop it at the designated dead letter box in a park near the British Museum later that morning. Evelyn lay down on her bed, but sleep was elusive. The images of the raid, the narrow escape, and the kiss played on a loop in her mind. She felt like a tightrope walker suspended over a bottomless abyss, the wind buffeting her from all sides. She had been trained to compartmentalize, to keep her emotions locked away in a dark room where they couldn't interfere with the mission. But Viktor had found the key to that room. He had made her feel something other than duty and fear, and that made him the greatest threat she had ever faced. In the silence of the flat, she could almost hear the whispers in the fog, the voices of the dead, the warnings of her mentors, the silent pleas of a city on the brink of destruction. They all demanded her total devotion, her absolute loyalty. As the sun struggled to pierce the London gloom, Evelyn Hart closed her eyes, knowing that the threads of deceit she had woven were starting to tighten around her. She was a spy in enemy territory, a lover in a time of hate, and a woman who held the fate of the world in her hands. And as the clock ticked toward the arrival of the Feldblitz, she knew that the hardest choices were yet to come. She thought of the Stratford rail yard, the iron tracks, the steam, the cold steel of the weapon that could end everything. She would be there. She would do her duty. But as she drifted into a fitful sleep, the last thing she saw wasn't the bomb or the German officers. It was Viktor's face, etched in the shadows, a reflection of the darkness she carried within herself. The mission was paramount. The war was everything. But in the quiet hours of the morning, Evelyn realized that the most dangerous part of espionage wasn't the risk of being caught. It was the risk of being found. And Viktor had found her in a way no one else ever had. She woke a few hours later to the sound of a distant explosion, likely a sea mine or a controlled blast at the docks. The window rattled in its frame. Evelyn sat up, her heart racing. The world was still at war, and she was still a ghost in a city of secrets. She dressed quickly, choosing a simple, unobtrusive outfit. She had work to do. She had a report to deliver and a sabotage to plan. She stepped out into the hallway, her hand instinctively checking for the weight of the derringer in her pocket. The fog was beginning to lift, revealing the scarred and weary face of London. People were emerging from their homes, headed to work, their faces set in expressions of grim determination. Evelyn joined them, just another face in the crowd, another soul navigating the treacherous landscape of a world gone mad. As she walked toward the British Museum, she felt a strange sense of calm. The fear was still there, a low hum in the background of her consciousness, but it was overshadowed by a new, fierce resolve. She would stop the Feldblitz. She would protect the city she loved. And if she had to break her own heart to do it, she would. Because in the world of whispers and fog, love was the most dangerous secret of all, and she was a woman who knew how to keep her secrets. She reached the park and found the hollowed-out tree that served as her dead letter box. With a quick, practiced movement, she dropped the canister inside. It was done. The gears of British intelligence would begin to turn, and the mission would move into its final, most lethal phase. Evelyn turned away, her gaze caught by a man standing across the street, his face obscured by a newspaper. For a heart-stopping second, she thought it was Viktor. But the man turned, revealing a different set of features, and walked away. She exhaled, a long, shaky breath. She was seeing him everywhere now. He was in the shadows of the alleyways, in the reflections of the shop windows, in the very air she breathed. She headed back toward her flat, her mind already shifting to the logistics of the Stratford operation. She needed to contact her secondary asset, a disillusioned German engineer who worked at the rail yard. She needed to secure explosives. She needed to find a way to get past the SS guards. The threads of deceit were many, and they were all interconnected. One wrong pull, and the whole tapestry would unravel. But as Evelyn walked through the thinning fog, she felt a flicker of hope. She was a spy, a master of deception, but she was also a woman who had found something worth fighting for, even if that something was a lie. The war would end one day, and the fog would finally clear. But until then, she would continue to dance in the shadows, a whisper in the night, fighting a secret war for a world that would never know her name. And if Viktor was there in the darkness with her, she would face him, not as an enemy or a lover, but as a survivor of the same terrible storm. The Stratford shipment was coming. The Feldblitz was waiting. And Evelyn Hart was ready to do whatever it took to make sure it never saw the light of day. She walked on, her footsteps steady on the pavement, a solitary figure disappearing into the heart of a city that was still, against all odds, breathing. Chapter 6. The Eye of the Storm. The fog did not merely settle over London. It possessed it. It was a thick, sulphurous shroud that tasted of coal smoke and damp earth, clinging to the wool of Evelyn's coat like a desperate spirit. It muffled the sounds of a city at war, turning the distant clatter of hansom cabs and the frantic whistles of the air raid wardens into ghostly echoes. As she stepped off the curb near Charing Cross, the world felt precariously thin, as if the reality of the Great War had finally eroded the foundation of the British Empire. Evelyn Hart pulled her collar tighter. To the passing world, she was Elsa Meyer, a grieving widow with an accent that betrayed a childhood spent in the Black Forest, and a heart that supposedly beat for the Kaiser. To the men who had sent her into the darkness, she was a ghost, a necessary lie in a world of bloody truths. Her boots clicked rhythmically against the cobblestones, a sound that felt far too loud in the unnatural stillness. The previous night's raid had left a raw, gaping wound in the block just south of the station. The smell of scorched timber and burst gas mains still lingered, a reminder that the sky was no longer a sanctuary. She turned into a narrow alleyway, her eyes scanning the shadows for the familiar silhouette of her contact. Every shadow was a threat. Every footfall behind her could be the end of her mission. The tension of the last few weeks had settled into her bones, a dull ache that never truly left. It was the price of the dance she was performing, a dance where a single misstep meant a hangman's noose or a quiet bullet in a basement. A figure detached itself from the gloom of a recessed doorway. Evelyn's hand slid instinctively into her pocket, fingers brushing the cold steel of the small derringer she kept concealed. "The fog is heavy tonight, Elsa," the man said. His voice was raspy, a low baritone that she recognized instantly. "It is heavier for those who cannot see the path," she replied, finishing the countersign. Miller stepped forward, his face barely visible beneath the brim of a salt-stained flat cap. He looked older than he had 3 days ago. The lines around his eyes had deepened into trenches, and there was a tremor in his hands as he lit a cigarette, shielding the flame with practiced caution. "The raids are getting worse," Miller whispered. the smoke from his cigarette vanishing into the fog. They're hitting the docks, the rail lines. But that's not what's kept me up. We've had a breakthrough on the Feldblitz. Evelyn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp air. The Feldblitz. The rumors of the weapon had been circulating through the intelligence channels for months, like a contagion. A bomb capable of leveling entire districts, a synthesis of chemical fury and high explosives that the German High Command believed would force an Allied surrender before the year was out. "What have you found?" she asked, her voice steady despite the hammering of her heart. "They're moving the prototype," Miller said. "It's not in Berlin anymore. They've brought it closer. Our sources within the Transport Ministry suggest it arrived at a coastal facility near Calais yesterday. But here's the rub, Evelyn. There's a specialized team already in London. They're setting the coordinates. They're not going to drop it from a Zeppelin and hope for the best. They're going to guide it." "Guide it? How?" "A beacon," Miller said, looking over his shoulder. "A radio guidance system. If they can plant the signal in the heart of the city, the bombers can pinpoint the target even through a pea souper like this. They're calling it the Eye of the Storm. They want to hit the Admiralty, the War Office, and the Palace in one night. They want to decapitate the government." Evelyn leaned against the damp brick wall. The scale of the catastrophe was staggering. If the Feldblitz was as powerful as the intercepted telegrams suggested, London would not just be damaged, it would be broken. "I need the location of the beacon," she said. "That's why you're here," Miller replied. "You're close to von Stappen. He's the architect of the London cell. If anyone knows where the signaling team is hiding, it's him. Or his shadow." "Viktor," Evelyn said, the name tasting like ash in her mouth. Miller nodded slowly. "I know it's getting complicated, Evelyn. The reports say he's been seen with you more often than is strictly necessary for cover. He's a double agent, or so he claims. But in this game, a double agent is just a man waiting to see which side offers the better sunset. Don't let your heart compromise the mission." "My heart is a luxury I discarded in 1914, Miller. You know that," she snapped. The handler sighed, the sound lost to the fog. "Just be careful. The German raids are increasing because they want us looking up. They want us distracted while the real threat moves through the streets at chest level. Find the beacon. If that weapon finds its mark, there won't be a London left to save." He turned and disappeared into the gray void before she could respond. Evelyn stood alone for a moment, the silence of the alleyway pressing in on her. She thought of Viktor, the way his eyes seemed to see through her Elsa Meyer mask, the way he spoke of a world after the war with a sincerity that terrified her. He was her greatest asset and her most dangerous liability. She began the walk back to the boarding house in Bloomsbury, her mind racing. The boarding house was a nest of sympathizers and displaced souls, a place where German was whispered over tea, and the king's portrait was conspicuously absent. It was there that she maintained her cover, and it was there that she would likely find Viktor. The walk took longer than usual. The blackout regulations meant the city was a labyrinth of darkness. She had to navigate by the feel of the pavement and the familiar smells of specific street corners. The vinegar from the chip shop on Tottenham Court Road, the heavy scent of horse manure near the stables. When she finally reached the brownstone, she paused at the door, taking a deep breath to settle the Elsa Meyer persona into place. The interior of the house was warm. the air thick with the smell of boiled cabbage and cheap tobacco. In the parlor, a small group of men and women sat around a wireless set, their faces illuminated by the amber glow of the vacuum tubes. They were listening to the crackle of a distant broadcast, their expressions somber. Evelyn bypassed them, heading for the stairs, but a voice stopped her. "Elsa? You're back late." She turned to see Viktor standing in the doorway of the dining room. He wasn't wearing his jacket, his white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled up to reveal muscular forearms scarred by years of soldiering. He looked weary, but his eyes lit up with a genuine warmth that made Evelyn's stomach tighten. "The fog made the walking slow," she said, her German fluent and melodic. "I got turned around near the park." Viktor stepped toward her, his movements fluid and cat-like. He was a man built for shadows. "You should have waited for me. The streets are not safe for a woman alone, especially with the mood the Londoners are in tonight. They're looking for someone to blame for the fires." Evelyn managed a tired smile. "I've survived worse than a few angry Londoners, Viktor." He reached out, his hand hovering near her cheek before he pulled it back. "You are stronger than you look, Elsa. It is one of the things I admire most about you. Come, sit. I've managed to secure a bottle of wine, real French wine. A gift from a friend in the Supply Corps." Evelyn hesitated. Every moment with Viktor was a gamble. He was supposed to be her source, her way into the heart of the German operation, but the lines were blurring. He had saved her life during the raid 2 nights ago, pulling her into a cellar just as a bomb had leveled the house across the street. In the darkness of that basement, as the earth shook and the world screamed, they had clung to each other, not as spies, but as two people terrified of the void. "Just one glass," she said, following him into the small, dimly lit dining room. He poured the wine, the dark red liquid catching the light of a single candle on the table. He didn't speak for a long time, simply watching her as she took a sip. The wine was excellent, tart and complex, a stark contrast to the watered-down ale and bitter tea that defined wartime London. "Something is bothering you," Viktor said abruptly. "Your eyes are far away tonight." "It's the war, Viktor. It feels like it's reaching a crescendo. The raids, the talk of new weapons. It feels as if the world is holding its breath." Viktor leaned back, his shadow dancing on the wall behind him. "The world is holding its breath because it is about to be strangled," he said softly. "The High Command is getting desperate. They know the Americans are coming in numbers. They know the blockade is starving the people at home. They want a decisive blow." "The Feldblitz," Evelyn whispered, watching his reaction. Viktor's expression didn't change, but his fingers tightened around his glass. "You've heard the name. It's hard not to. The people in this house whisper it like a prayer. They think it's the thing that will take us all home." Viktor looked down at his wine. "It is a terrible thing, Elsa. I have seen the test results from the proving grounds at Heidelager. It doesn't just blow things up. It creates a firestorm. It consumes the oxygen. People don't just die from the blast. They suffocate in their own homes. It is a weapon for the end of the world. And it's coming here, isn't it?" Viktor looked up, his gaze intense. There are men here who believe that destroying London is the only way to save Berlin. They think that if they can burn the heart out of this city, the British will lose their will to fight. They are fools, of course. Burning a man's home only makes him want to kill you more. Evelyn leaned forward, the candle flame flickering between them. You talk as if you don't agree with them. I am a soldier, Elsa. I have fought in the trenches. I have killed men with my hands and seen my friends torn apart by artillery. There is no glory in what we do. There is only survival. And I want to survive. I want us to survive. He reached across the table and took her hand. His skin was warm, his grip firm. For a moment, Evelyn forgot the mission. She forgot about Miller, the Admiralty, and the secret codes tucked into the lining of her coat. She saw only a man who was as lost and tired as she was. Victor, she started, her voice trembling. He cut her off. There is a meeting tomorrow night, a warehouse near the East India docks. Von Stappen is bringing the final components for the guidance system, the beacon. Once it's assembled, it will be moved to a high point, St. Paul's or the Victoria Tower. Evelyn felt a jolt of adrenaline. This was it, the information she needed. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm not going, Victor said. And I don't want you anywhere near this house or this city when that beacon goes live. I've managed to get travel papers. For both of us. We could head north to Scotland. We could disappear until the dust settles. He was offering her a way out. A betrayal of everything she had worked for, but a chance at a life that didn't involve lies. Evelyn looked at him, searching his face. Was this a test? Was he trying to unmask her? Or was he truly as desperate as he sounded? The East India docks, she repeated, her mind already calculating the logistics. The warehouse number? Victor pulled back, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why do you need the number? I'm telling you to run, Elsa. Not to go looking for trouble. If we're going to leave, we need to know where the danger is, she lied, her voice smooth and convincing. We need to know which areas to avoid. If von Stappen is there, the whole area will be crawling with security. We can't just walk past it. Victor studied her for a long beat. The silence stretched, filled only by the distant, rhythmic thud of an anti-aircraft gun somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Finally, he sighed. Warehouse 14, near the Blackwall Basin. It's an old tea store. They'll be there at midnight. But Elsa, promise me, don't go there. If von Stappen even suspects you're anything other than what you claim, he'll kill you without a second thought. He's a fanatic. He doesn't care about the war anymore. He only cares about the fire. I promise, Evelyn said, the word a bitter pill. Victor stood and walked around the table, leaning down to kiss her forehead. The gesture was so tender it hurt. Get some sleep, Elsa. We'll leave tomorrow evening. I'll have everything ready. He left the room, his footsteps heavy on the stairs. Evelyn sat in the dying candlelight, the wine forgotten. She had the location. She had the time. But she also had a weight in her chest that felt like lead. She had spent years perfecting the art of the lie, but deceiving Victor felt different. It felt like a stain that would never wash off. The night was long and restless. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the city in flames, the Feldblitz tearing through the fog like a vengeful god. She saw Victor's face when he realized she wasn't Elsa, when he realized she was the reason his mission had failed. She rose before dawn. The fog had thinned slightly, replaced by a cold, drizzling rain that turned the soot on the windows into black tears. She dressed quickly, checked her derringer, and slipped out of the house. She had to get word to Miller. The Admiralty would need to coordinate with the local police, but they had to be careful. If they moved too early, von Stappen would vanish back into the shadows. If they moved too late, the beacon would be lit. She found Miller at a different drop point, a quiet bookshop near the British Museum. He was browsing the shelves when she walked in, his eyes darting to her in the reflection of a glass case. "Warehouse 14, East India Docks," she whispered as she brushed past him. "Midnight, von Stappen and the beacon." Miller didn't look at her, but she saw his shoulders tense. "You're sure?" "Viktor gave me the information. He wants to run. He thinks the weapon is the end of everything." Miller grunted. "Maybe he's right. Can we trust the intel?" "I trust that he wants to save me," Evelyn said, her voice tight. "That's enough for the intel to be real." Miller turned a page of a book on Greek history. "We'll have a team ready. But Evelyn, if things go sideways at the docks, we can't guarantee your safety. You'll be in the crossfire." "I've been in the crossfire since I joined this service, Miller. Just make sure the team knows not to shoot the man in the white shirt and black waistcoat." "That's Viktor." Miller looked at her then, a flicker of pity in his eyes. "We'll do our best. But remember what I said. A double agent is a ghost. Don't chase ghosts, Evelyn. You'll only end up lost in the fog." She left the shop without another word. The day passed in a blur of nervous energy. She returned to the boarding house and went through the motions of being Elsa. She packed a small bag, ostensibly for her escape with Viktor, but tucked a set of lockpicks and a spare magazine for her pistol into the false bottom. As evening fell, the atmosphere in London shifted. The air grew heavy, charged with the static of an approaching storm. The sirens began their mournful wail just after 8 o'clock. This wasn't a standard raid. The sound was continuous, a signal that a massive formation was crossing the coast. The Germans were coming in force, providing the cover von Stappen needed. Viktor found her in her room. He was dressed for travel, a heavy overcoat buttoned to his chin. "The Gothas are over the estuary," he said, his voice grim. "We have to move now. The city will be in chaos in an hour." "I'm ready," Evelyn said, picking up her bag. They stepped out into a London that was transforming into a nightmare. Searchlights stabbed at the clouds, their beams reflecting off the low-hanging smoke. The sound of explosions began to rumble in the distance. The docks were already being hit. Viktor led her toward the East End, navigating the debris-strewn streets with a grim determination. As they drew closer to the river, the sky turned a bruised purple, illuminated by the orange glow of fires. The air was thick with the smell of burning rubber and grain. They reached the perimeter of the East India Docks. The area was a wasteland of corrugated iron and rotting timber. Viktor stopped behind a stack of crates, his eyes scanning the dark silhouette of Warehouse 14. "Wait here," he whispered. "I need to check the perimeter. Von Stappen's men are jumpy. If they see us together, they might ask questions I don't want to answer yet." "Viktor, wait," Evelyn said, reaching for his arm. He turned, his face caught in the strobe light effect of a distant explosion. He looked younger in the chaos, the lines of stress smoothed out by the shadows. "Whatever happens, Elsa, Whatever you think of me, know that I meant what I said. I wanted a life with you." He didn't wait for her response. He slipped away, disappearing into the labyrinth of crates and shadows. Evelyn stood frozen for a moment. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. She had to move. Miller's team would be in position soon, but she couldn't risk them failing. She had to see the beacon for herself. She had to ensure it was destroyed. She moved with the silence of a predator, skirting the edge of the warehouse. The building was a hulking mass of brick, its windows boarded up. She found a small loading door on the side that had been left ajar. Slipping inside, she was greeted by the smell of stale tea and something metallic, the scent of electronics and chemicals. The interior was vast and echoing. In the center of the floor, under the light of several hissing gas lamps, a group of men stood around a table. In the center of the table was a device that looked like a brass birdcage filled with glass tubes and intricate wiring. It hummed with a low, predatory frequency. Von Stappen stood over it. He was a thin, skeletal man with eyes that burned with a terrifying fervor. He was adjusting a dial, his movements precise and reverent. "The signal is clear," Von Stappen said, his voice echoing in the rafters. "The bombers are locked on. Within the hour, the eye will open, and London will burn." Evelyn raised her derringer, her hand trembling slightly. She was 20 yards away, too far for a guaranteed shot with the small weapon. She needed to get closer. Suddenly, a shadow moved near the table. Viktor stepped into the light. "The perimeter is clear, Colonel," Viktor said, his voice flat. "But the raids are intensifying. We should move the beacon to the tower now." Von Stappen looked up, a cold smile touching his lips. "Patience, Viktor. The fire must be perfectly timed. We want the people to see the light before they feel the heat." Evelyn watched them, her mind a whirlwind. Viktor was right there. He was part of it. Or was he? He had told her to stay away. He had given her the location. Was he trying to sabotage it from the within? Or was he playing both sides until the very last second? A floorboard creaked beneath her boot. The sound was tiny, a mere snap of wood, but in the tense silence of the warehouse, it sounded like a gunshot. Von Stappen's head snapped toward her shadow. "Who is there?" Evelyn didn't wait. She stepped out of the darkness, her pistol leveled at the device. "Don't move." The German officers reached for their holsters, but von Stappen held up a hand. He looked at Evelyn, then at Viktor, his eyes narrowing. "Ah, the widow Meyer," von Stappen said, his voice dripping with venom. "I wondered when the British would send their finest. You played your part well, Fraulein." Even Viktor was convinced. Evelyn's gaze flickered to Viktor. He was standing perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask. "Viktor, get away from him," she commanded. Viktor didn't move. He looked at the beacon, then at Evelyn. "Elsa, I told you to run. Is that your name?" "Elsa?" Von Stappen mocked. "Or is it something more English? Evelyn, perhaps? Or Sarah? It doesn't matter. You are a ghost in a burning house." He reached for the beacon, his hand hovering over a large red switch. "I will blow this entire block if you touch that," Evelyn shouted, her voice echoing. "You won't," von Stappen said calmly, "because your friend Viktor is standing right next to it. And you love him, don't you? Even now, in the middle of your duty, you are hesitating. The roar of the Gotha bombers was suddenly overhead, a deep, rhythmic thrumming that shook the very foundations of the warehouse. The ceiling dust drifted down like snow. "Now!" von Stappen screamed. The warehouse doors burst open. Miller's team poured in, whistles blowing. Lee Enfield rifles barked as they engaged the German guards. The space erupted into a chaos of muzzle flashes and screaming. Evelyn fired, her shot grazing von Stappen's shoulder. He howled in pain but lunged for the beacon. Viktor moved. He didn't move toward Evelyn. He moved toward von Stappen. With a roar of effort, Viktor tackled the colonel, throwing him away from the table. The two men crashed into a stack of crates as the warehouse was raked with gunfire. "Viktor!" Evelyn screamed, running forward. She reached the table just as a stray bullet shattered one of the glass tubes in the beacon. The device began to hiss, a thick, greenish gas venting from the break. The humming escalated into a high-pitched whine that threatened to burst her eardrums. She grabbed the beacon, intending to smash it, but a hand caught her wrist. It was Viktor. He was bleeding from a wound in his side, his face pale in the flickering light. "Leave it," he gasped. "The fail-safe. If it's damaged, it will trigger the secondary charge. We have to stop the signal." He looked at her, his eyes full of a terrible clarity. "I know." He shoved her back, his strength surprising her. He grabbed the hissing, whining device and ran toward the back of the warehouse, toward the loading dock that opened directly over the churning, oily waters of the Thames. "Viktor, no." She reached the edge of the dock just as he leaped. For a heartbeat, he was silhouetted against the orange sky, a man carrying a dying son in his arms. He hit the water. A second later, a muffled explosion rocked the river. A pillar of green fire erupted from the depths, illuminating the fog for miles. It was beautiful and horrific, a localized storm that consumed everything it touched. Evelyn fell to her knees at the edge of the dock, the cold spray of the river hitting her face. The green light faded, swallowed by the black water and the thick, suffocating fog. The warehouse was silent now, save for the moans of the wounded and the distant receding drone of the bombers. The beacon was gone. The eye of the storm had been closed. Miller walked up behind her, his boots heavy on the wooden planks. He looked at the swirling water where Viktor had disappeared. "He did it," Miller said quietly. "The signal is dead. The bombers are turning back." Evelyn didn't respond. She stared into the fog, her hand clutching the empty air where Viktor had stood. She was Evelyn Hart again. The mask of Elsa Meyer had been burned away in that green fire. But as she looked out over the wounded city, she realized that the woman who remained was someone she didn't yet recognize. A person forged in the shadows, haunted by a ghost she had tried to save, and left alone in the heart of the storm. The fog began to roll back in, reclaiming the river, reclaiming the docks, and hiding the secrets that had almost brought the world to its knees. Evelyn stood up, her movements mechanical. She had won the battle, but as she walked back into the gray embrace of London, she knew the war for her soul had only just begun. Chapter 7. The Price of Trust. The fog did not just roll through the streets of London, it owned them. It was a thick, yellow-gray blanket that tasted of coal smoke and damp earth, turning the gaslights into sickly, blurred orbs that illuminated nothing. Evelyn Hart stood in the shadow of a crumbling brick archway in Bermondsey, her back pressed against cold stone that felt as though it were weeping. She adjusted the collar of her wool coat, her fingers brushing the small, sharpened cylinder of a suicide pill hidden in a secret seam. It was a comfort she hoped never to use. Yet in nights like these, it felt more like a friend than anyone she had ever known in the service. The city was a graveyard of sounds. Far to the east, the rhythmic thud of anti-aircraft guns vibrated through the soles of her boots, a reminder that the German Zeppelins were never far away. But here, in the labyrinth of the docks, the only sound was the rhythmic slap of the Thames against the piers. She was waiting for Arthur, her primary handler. He was 20 minutes late. In the world of MI6, 20 minutes was an eternity. It was the difference between a successful handoff and a shallow grave. Evelyn checked her watch again, the phosphorus dial glowing faintly. She was no longer just Evelyn Hart, the daughter of a country vicar with an uncanny knack for languages. Tonight, she was Greta Vogel, a disillusioned daughter of the Rhineland who had found her way into the inner circles of the German expatriate community in London. The transition between the two women was becoming harder to manage. Greta was cynical, sharp-tongued, and desperate. Evelyn was supposed to be cold, calculated, and detached. But as she stood in the dark, she felt a tremor in her hands that didn't belong to either of them. A boot scraped against cobblestone. Evelyn reached into her pocket, her hand closing around the cold grip of her FNM 1905. She didn't draw it, but she felt the safety catch under her thumb. A figure emerged from the fog, tall and slightly stooped. It was Arthur. He looked haggard, his face pale even in the gloom. He didn't give the signal, 3 taps on a metal railing, but instead stumbled toward her, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Arthur," Evelyn hissed, stepping out of the shadows. "You are late. You were supposed to meet me at the bridge." He stopped, leaning against a lamppost. His eyes were wide, darting toward the darkness behind him. "Evelyn, you have to get out of here. The circuit is blown." Someone talked. Evelyn's blood turned to ice. She stepped closer, her eyes scanning the street. Who? Was it the German cell? "No," Arthur whispered, his voice cracking. It came from the inside. From Whitehall. "They know about the Feldblitz intel you gathered. They know Greta Vogel doesn't exist." Evelyn felt a surge of adrenaline that sharpened her vision. If Whitehall was compromised, then every safe house, every contact, and every scrap of paper she had touched was a liability. She reached out to grab Arthur's arm, but he shied away, his expression twisting into something that looked like guilt. "Arthur," she said, her voice dropping to a deadly low tone. "Where is the drop? Did you bring the new papers?" He didn't answer. Instead, he looked past her, toward the mouth of the alley. Evelyn turned, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Out of the mist stepped a man she knew all too well. Viktor. He was dressed in a dark trench coat, his hat pulled low, but she would recognize that silhouette anywhere. He was the man she had been tracking for months, the double agent whose eyes held a warmth that terrified her more than any interrogation room. He stood 10 paces away, his hands visible and empty, but his presence was a physical weight in the air. "Evelyn," Viktor said. His voice was smooth, carrying a hint of the German accent he had worked so hard to suppress. "Do not move." "Arthur, what is this?" Evelyn demanded, her hand still on her gun. Arthur wouldn't look at her. "I had to, Evelyn. They have my family in Brussels. Viktor promised they would be safe if I brought you to him." The betrayal hit her like a physical blow. Arthur had been her mentor, the man who had recruited her from the university and taught her how to lie with a straight face. To see him broken by the very machinery of war they were supposed to be fighting was a horror she hadn't prepared for. "You're a fool, Arthur," she said quietly. "He won't keep his word." Viktor stepped forward, his boots clicking softly. "My word is the only thing she has, Arthur. You may go. Your family is being moved to a neutral site as we speak." Arthur didn't wait. He scrambled away into the fog, his footsteps fading until there was only the sound of the wind and the distant war. "Now, Evelyn," Viktor said, taking another step. "We have much to discuss, and very little time before the bombs start falling." Evelyn pulled her pistol, leveling it at his chest. "I should kill you where you stand. You've compromised everything. The Feldblitz, the mission, my life." Viktor didn't flinch. "If I wanted you dead, you would have died 3 blocks ago. I killed the 2 men who were sent to intercept you before you reached Arthur. I'm not here as your enemy, Evelyn. I'm here because the Germans have accelerated the timeline. The Feldblitz isn't a month away. It's tonight. The weapon. The devastating bomb that promised to level city blocks and choke the air with fire." Evelyn lowered the gun slightly, her mind racing. "Why tell me? You're one of them. You've been playing both sides since the Somme. I'm on the side that wants to see the world still standing when this is over," Viktor said, his expression softening. "I know you don't trust me. I know you think every word out of my mouth is a lie designed to lead you into a trap. But look at me. Truly look at me." Evelyn looked. In the dim light, she saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the way his shoulders slumped under the weight of 1,000 deceptions. He looked like a man who had lost his soul and was trying to buy it back with a single, desperate act of honesty. "They're launching from a hidden airfield near the coast," Viktor continued. "The target isn't the docks. It's the heart of the city. They want to break the spirit of the government. I have the coordinates, but I can't get them to your people. My handlers are watching me too closely. You are the only one who can get through." "How do I know this isn't a decoy?" Evelyn asked. "How do I know you aren't sending me into a nest of vipers just to clear your own path?" "You don't," he admitted. "That is the price of our profession, isn't it? Trust is a currency we can't afford, yet it's the only thing that can save us." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound notebook. He held it out to her. It was the same notebook she had seen him carry during their clandestine meetings in the back of smoke-filled taverns, the one he used to record his observations of the London skyline. "The coordinates are on the last page, coded in the cipher we used in Berlin," he said. "Take it. Go to the transmitter at the old clock tower. It's the only one they haven't found yet." Evelyn hesitated. Her training screamed at her to shoot him, take the book, and run. To trust a double agent was to invite a knife between the ribs. But there was something in his voice, a raw, jagged edge of desperation, that mirrored her own. She stepped forward and snatched the notebook from his hand, her fingers brushing his. The contact sent a jolt through her. a reminder of the stolen moments they had shared when the war felt like a distant nightmare rather than an all-consuming reality. "Why are you doing this, Viktor?" she whispered. "Because I want there to be a tomorrow where you aren't, Greta Vogel," he said, his voice barely audible. "And because I can't bear the thought of you being lost in the fog I helped create." Suddenly, the roar of an engine tore through the silence. A black sedan swerved around the corner, its headlights cutting through the mist like twin blades. "Go!" Viktor shouted, pushing her back toward the shadows of the alley. "They're here!" Evelyn didn't wait to see who they were. She turned and sprinted deeper into the labyrinth of the docks, her lungs burning as she inhaled the damp, cold air. Behind her, she heard the screech of tires and the sharp, rhythmic bark of a Mauser. She didn't look back. She couldn't. She navigated the narrow passages with the instinct of a hunted animal. She knew these streets. She had mapped them in her mind for months. She climbed a rusted fire escape, her boots clanging against the metal, and scrambled onto the roof of a warehouse. Below, she saw the sedan stop, and 4 men in heavy coats spilled out, their guns drawn. They were German operatives, the Schattenjäger, or shadow hunters, tasked with eliminating leaks. Evelyn crouched low, pressing herself against a chimney stack. She pulled the notebook from her pocket and flipped to the last page. The code was familiar. A grid-based cipher they had shared during a week of rain in a safe house in Wedding. As she deciphered the numbers, the scale of the threat became clear. The Feldblitz wasn't just a bomb. It was a series of them, timed to create a firestorm that would consume Westminster. The coordinates were precise, but as she read the final line, her heart stopped. The airfield wasn't on the coast. It was in a derelict manor just 10 miles outside of London. They were already here. She looked down at the street. Viktor was leaning against the car, surrounded by the operatives. One of them, a man with a scarred face she recognized as Colonel Hauer, was shouting at him. Viktor looked calm, almost bored, but Evelyn saw the way his hand twitched toward his pocket. He was stalling them. He was giving her time. A sudden flash of light illuminated the sky. To the south, a massive explosion rocked the earth, followed by the low, haunting moan of an air raid siren. The first of the Zeppelins had dropped its payload, but it was a diversion, a way to draw the fire brigades and the military away from the real target. Evelyn knew what she had to do. The clock tower was 3 blocks away. If she could reach the transmitter, she could alert the Royal Flying Corps. They could intercept the Feldblitz planes before they took off. But as she prepared to move, she saw Hauer raise his pistol and press it against Viktor's temple. The man was speaking, his face contorted with rage. Viktor said something in return, a defiance she couldn't hear, and Hauer's finger tightened on the trigger. Evelyn's world narrowed to that single point of contact. She had her pistol. She was a crack shot. She could kill Hauer before he fired. But if she did, the other 3 men would swarm her. She would never reach the transmitter. The notebook would be lost. London would burn. This was the life-altering decision she had been warned about, the mission or the man, the cold logic of espionage versus the messy, inconvenient reality of the heart. Evelyn felt the weight of the notebook in her hand. It felt like a lead weight, pulling her toward the tower. She looked at Viktor. He seemed to sense her presence on the roof. He looked up, his eyes searching the darkness. For a fleeting second, their gazes met across the distance, and in that moment, she saw not a double agent or a spy, but the man who had brought her tea when she was sick and read her poetry when the world seemed too loud to bear. He gave a nearly imperceptible shake of his head. "Go." Evelyn swallowed a sob that tasted like ash. She turned away from the edge of the roof and began to run. The sound of a single gunshot echoed through the alley, muffled by the fog and the distant rumble of the Blitz. She didn't stop. She couldn't afford to. Every step she took felt like she was leaving a piece of her soul behind on that damp London rooftop. She reached the clock tower, a derelict structure that had survived the Great Fire only to be forgotten by time. She scrambled up the winding wooden stairs, the air growing thinner and colder as she climbed. At the top, hidden behind a false wall in the belfry, was the transmitter. It was a crude piece of equipment, a mess of wires and vacuum tubes, but it was the most powerful weapon she had. She began to tap out the code, her fingers flying over the key. The coordinates, the nature of the threat, the urgency. Each click was a heartbeat, a message sent into the void in the hope that someone was listening. Feldblitz, Sector 4, Manor House, intercept immediate. She repeated the message 3 times, her eyes fixed on the horizon. To the south, the fires were growing, painting the fog a hellish, bruised purple. She waited for a response, her breath hitching in her chest. Then the receiver sputtered to life. A crackling, thin voice came through the headphones. Message received, Agent Hart. Scrambling squadrons. God save the King. Evelyn slumped against the wall, the tension leaving her body in a violent wave of exhaustion. She had done it. The mission was a success. The city would be saved. But as she sat in the dark, the silence of the tower felt heavier than the roar of the war. She pulled the notebook from her pocket and looked at the front cover. In small, neat script, Viktor had written his name. Beneath it, in a different ink, was a date from 3 years ago. Before the war, before the lies, before they were enemies. She opened the book to the middle and found a dried flower pressed between the pages. It was a cornflower, the symbol of Germany, but also a token of remembrance. There was a note written in the margin, in a language she had never told him she understood. In another life, we might have been more than shadows. Evelyn closed the book and held it to her chest. The fog outside was beginning to lift, torn apart by the wind and the rising heat of the distant fires. For the first time in her career, the line between Evelyn Hart and Greta Vogel was gone. There was only a woman sitting in a cold tower, listening to the sound of planes taking off into the night. She knew the cost of what she had done. She had traded a life for a city, a heart for a victory. The war would eventually end. The rubble would be cleared, and the names of the heroes would be etched in stone. But there would be no monument for the shadows. There would be no recognition for the men and women who fought in the whispers of the fog. Evelyn stood up and walked to the window. In the distance, she saw the faint streaks of British fighters crossing the moon. They were beautiful and terrifying, like angels of vengeance. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the suicide pill. She looked at it for a long time. the small, lethal thing that had been her only constant companion. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she tossed it out the window. It vanished into the darkness below. She didn't need it. Not yet. She had ghosts to carry now, and a war that wasn't over. She would return to the shadows, to the lies, and to the endless, treacherous landscape of espionage. But she would no longer be just a tool of the service. She walked down the stairs, her footsteps steady and deliberate. As she stepped back out into the London night, the fog felt different. It was no longer a shroud or a hiding place. It was a reminder of the things that could not be seen, of the prices paid in secret, and of the man who had given everything so she could keep walking through the mist. The price of trust was high. It was the most expensive thing in the world. But as Evelyn disappeared into the streets of Bermondsey, she realized that perhaps, in the end, it was the only thing worth paying. She moved toward the sounds of the city, toward the fire and the noise, a single shadow in a world of gray, carrying the weight of a secret that would haunt her forever. The Feldblitz was stopped, the leak was plugged, and the mission was complete. But for Evelyn Hart, the real battle, the one for the woman she used to be, had only just begun. Chapter 8. Breaking Points. The iron gates of the Château de Mornay creaked with a sound like grinding teeth as the black Mercedes wound its way up the gravel drive. Outside, the Ardennes forest was a wall of skeletal trees, their branches clawing at a sky heavy with the promise of snow. Evelyn Hart sat in the back seat, her gloved hands folded primly over her charcoal wool skirt. To any observer, she was Elspeth von Hollenhorst, a widow of the Prussian aristocracy whose devotion to the fatherland was as cold and unyielding as the winter air. Inside, however, her heart was a frantic bird batting against the cage of her ribs. The fog had followed them from the border, thick and suffocating, swallowing the headlights of the car. It felt like a physical manifestation of the lies she had been spinning for months. Beside her, Viktor sat in silence. He hadn't spoken since they left the safe house in Spa. His profile, sharp and shadowed in the dim glow of the dashboard, revealed nothing. He was a man built of secrets, a double agent whose true allegiance remained a shifting horizon Evelyn could never quite reach. Was he the man who had whispered warnings in her ear 3 nights ago? Or was he the man who would hand her over to the firing squad if it meant his own survival? The car came to a halt in the courtyard. The chateau was a monstrosity of gray stone and flickering candlelight, repurposed by the German High Command as a tactical nerve center. This was the belly of the beast. Somewhere behind these walls lay the blueprints for the Feldblitz, the weapon that would turn the mud of the Western Front into a graveyard of fire. General Friedrich von Staller is not a man to be trifled with, Viktor said, his voice a low rasp that barely carried over the idling engine. He looked at her then, his gray eyes searching hers. If you falter, Elspeth, I cannot pull you back from the edge. Not this time. Evelyn met his gaze, her expression a mask of aristocratic boredom. I do not falter, Viktor. It is a trait of the weak. He lingered on her for a moment longer, a flash of something, worry perhaps, or perhaps just cold calculation, passing over his features before he stepped out and opened her door. The interior of the chateau smelled of floor wax, cigar smoke, and the metallic tang of damp wool. As they were ushered through the grand hallway, Evelyn noted the guards. They weren't the usual conscripts. These were seasoned men, their eyes tracking her movements with a predatory stillness. Her cover had held through the social circles of Berlin and the drawing rooms of Brussels. But here, in the proximity of the weapon, the scrutiny was different. It was surgical. They were shown into a dining room where a long oak table was set for 6. At the head sat General von Stahler. He was a man who seemed carved from granite, his uniform so crisp it looked like armor. To his right sat Colonel Bauer, a man Evelyn knew to be the primary engineer of the Feldblitz. The other seats were occupied by 2 officers of the Abwehr and a woman Evelyn didn't recognize, a sharp-faced blonde in a tailored suit who watched Evelyn with the intensity of a hawk. "Ah, the Countess von Hollenhorst," von Stahler said, rising slowly. He didn't smile. His face didn't seem capable of the gesture. "We are honored you could join us on such short notice. Your family's contributions to the steel industry have not gone unnoticed in Berlin." Evelyn offered a shallow, practiced bow. "The fatherland requires every resource at our disposal, General. My husband would have wanted nothing less than total victory." "Sit," the general commanded. The meal was a grim affair. While the wine was French and the meat was succulent, the conversation was a minefield. Von Stahler spoke of the war not as a struggle of men, but as a series of mathematical equations. He talked about the upcoming spring offensive, his voice devoid of emotion as he discussed the projected casualty rates. Colonel Bauer, however, was eager to talk. Fueled by schnapps, he began to boast about his creation. "The Feldblitz is not merely a bomb, Countess. It is a chemical symphony. One shell will clear a square mile of all life. No gas masks, no trenches, no fortifications can withstand the heat. It burns the very air." Evelyn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty room. "It is a terrifying prospect," she said softly. "Terrifying for the British," Bauer chuckled. "For us, it is the dawn." The woman across from Evelyn, who had been introduced as Fräulein Keller, leaned forward. "Tell me, Countess, do you miss London?" The question was a physical blow. Evelyn kept her fork steady, the silver tines clicking softly against the china. "London? I haven't been to that gray city since the summer of 1912. Why do you ask?" Keller tilted her head, her eyes never leaving Evelyn's. "Strange. A report crossed my desk from our contacts in the London Underground. They mentioned a woman matching your description, exactly your description, entering the War Office in Whitehall just 3 months ago." The room went silent. Even the sound of the wind outside seemed to die away. Evelyn felt Viktor stiffen beside her, but she didn't look at him. She couldn't. "Whitehall?" Evelyn gave a small, derisive laugh. "Fräulein Keller, if I were in London 3 months ago, I certainly wouldn't have been wasting my time at the War Office. I would have been burning it down. Perhaps your contacts should invest in better spectacles." Von Stahler's gaze was heavy. "Keller is rarely mistaken about faces, Countess. She has a memory for them that is quite professional." "I am sure she is very talented," Evelyn said, her voice turning icy. "But unless I have a twin sister I was never informed of, she is mistaken. Is this the hospitality I am to expect? Accusations based on the word of street informants?" Viktor cleared his throat, his voice smooth and conciliatory. "General, if I may. The Countess has been under my personal supervision since she arrived from the Eastern Territories. Her movements are fully documented. Perhaps the woman in London was a decoy? The British are fond of such theatrics. Von Stahler didn't look at Viktor. He remained fixed on Evelyn. The silence stretched, long and agonizing. Evelyn could feel a bead of sweat tracing a slow path down her spine. She thought of the small cyanide pill sewn into the hem of her slip. She thought of the maps hidden in the lining of her coat. She thought of the thousands of lives that would be incinerated if she failed to get the launch coordinates tonight. "Let us look at the photograph then," von Stahler said. Keller reached into a leather folder beside her and pulled out a grainy black and white image. She slid it across the table. It came to rest in front of Evelyn. It was her. It was a shot taken from a distance, Evelyn exiting a taxi near St. James's Park. She was wearing a different hat, a different coat, but the tilt of her chin, the way she held her bag, it was unmistakable. Evelyn looked at the photo for a long heartbeat. Her mind raced through 1,000 excuses, 1,000 lies, each more fragile than the last. She looked up and saw Keller's smug triumph and von Stahler's darkening suspicion. "This woman is wearing a hat from Maison Lewis," Evelyn said, her voice flat. "Pardon?" Bauer asked, confused. "Maison Lewis," Evelyn repeated, shoving the photo back toward Keller with a look of utter disgust. "It's a boutique in London, yes, but they have a branch in Paris. I bought that exact hat in 1913. If this is your evidence, Fraulein, I am insulted. Thousands of women bought that hat. Thousands of women have blonde hair and a preference for tailored coats. If you intend to arrest every woman who looks like a Parisian fashion plate, you will have a very full prison and a very empty society." She stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. "I did not come here to be interrogated like a common criminal. General, I came here to discuss the future of the Hollenhorst estates and their role in your production line. If my loyalty is in question, then my steel is as well." It was a colossal bluff. She was shaking inside, her muscles coiled for a sprint she knew she wouldn't win. Von Stahler stared at her, his thumb stroking the hilt of his dress sword. The tension in the room was a physical weight, a pressure building toward an explosion. Then Viktor laughed. It was a short, sharp sound that broke the spell. "General, look at the date on the back of the surveillance report. Keller, you didn't read the fine print." Keller frowned, flipping the photo over. "The date is October 14th. Viktor smiled, though his eyes remained cold. On October 14th, the Countess was at a charity auction in Munich. She was photographed with the Crown Prince. I believe the newspaper clipping is in her dossier, which I processed myself." Evelyn's heart skipped. There had been no charity auction. There was no photograph with the Crown Prince. Viktor was lying. Boldly, dangerously. He was tying his fate to hers with a knot that could only be undone by a hangman. Keller looked at Viktor, then at the general. "My report says—" "Your report is a mess of contradictions," Viktor snapped, his voice suddenly authoritative. "If you want to play at being an inquisitor, Fraulein, I suggest you start with facts, not fashion." Von Stahler looked between them for a long time. Finally, he waved a hand. "Sit down, Countess. Keller, put that away. We have more important things to discuss than hats and coincidences." Evelyn sat, her legs feeling like water. She didn't look at Viktor. She couldn't afford to show the relief or the terrifying realization that he now owned her. He had saved her life, but in doing so, he had confirmed that he knew exactly who she was. The meeting shifted. Map cases were brought out, and the true horror of the Feldblitz was laid bare. Bauer unrolled a series of topographical charts. These were the launch sites, hidden in the dense woods along the Belgian border. The coordinates were written in a neat, cramped hand at the bottom of the vellum. Evelyn memorized them. She didn't write them down, she couldn't. She turned the numbers into a rhythm in her head, a morbid song of latitudes and longitudes. 5012, 608. 5015, 612. She repeated them over and over, burying them beneath the layers of her consciousness. "We moved the canisters on Tuesday," von Stoller said. "The weather will provide the necessary cover. The fog will be our greatest ally. By Wednesday morning, the British front line at Ypres will be a memory." "What about the wind?" Evelyn asked, keeping her voice curious. "Surely a weapon of this nature is temperamental." Bauer grinned, showing yellowed teeth. "That is the beauty of it, Countess. The chemical compound is heavier than air. It doesn't drift. It sinks. It flows like water into the trenches, into the bunkers. It pools. And then it ignites." Evelyn felt a wave of nausea. She had seen the aftermath of mustard gas, the men clutching their throats, their eyes weeping. This was worse. This was an extinction event in a canister. The meeting adjourned an hour later. The general offered his hand to Evelyn, his grip like a vice. "I hope you will forgive our skepticism, Countess. In these times, trust is a commodity we cannot afford to spend unwisely." "Of course, General," Evelyn replied, her voice steady. "I would expect nothing less from the man holding the sword of Germany." Viktor led her out of the room and down the long, cold hallway. They didn't speak until they reached the heavy oak doors of the guest wing. The guards were stationed at the ends of the corridor, out of earshot, but still watchful. Viktor pushed her into her room and closed the door, leaning his back against it. The room was dark, lit only by the dying embers in the fireplace. "You're insane," he whispered, the mask of the cool officer finally cracking. "You stood there and lectured them on Parisian fashion while your life was hanging by a thread. And you lied about the Crown Prince," she countered, stepping close to him. "Why?" Viktor looked at her, and for the first time, Evelyn saw the exhaustion behind his eyes. The weight of the double life, the constant fear of the noose. "Because if they kill you, they'll start looking at me. And because—" He didn't finish the sentence. He reached out, his hand hovering near her cheek before he pulled it back. "They don't believe you, Evelyn. Not entirely. Von Stoller is playing a game. He let you go tonight to see where you'll run. He wants to see who you contact." "I'm not running," she said. "I have the coordinates. I have the dates." "You'll never get them out," Viktor said. "The chateau is surrounded. The telephone lines are monitored. Even the carrier pigeons are being shot out of the sky." "Then I'll have to find another way," she said, her mind already working. "I need to get to the village. There's a contact—" "No," Viktor hissed. "The village is a trap. They've already rounded up half the locals. If you go there, you're walking into a cage." Evelyn felt the walls of the room closing in. The fog outside was no longer a shield. It was a shroud. Every choice she had made, every lie she had told, had led her to this frozen room, trapped between a man she couldn't trust and a catastrophe she had to stop. "Why did you really save me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Was it just to save yourself?" Viktor stepped away from the door, moving toward the window. He looked out at the darkness, his silhouette a jagged shadow against the frosted glass. "I lost my brother at the Somme," he said. "Not to a bullet, to the fire. I watched him burn, Evelyn. I watched the world turn into an oven. Bauer thinks he's an architect of victory. He's just an architect of hell." He turned back to her. "I didn't save you for the British. I didn't save you for the Germans. I saved you because you're the only thing in this God-forsaken war that still feels like it has a soul." The honesty in his voice was more terrifying than Keller's accusations. In the world of espionage, a soul was a liability. It was a point of failure. "If you mean that," she said, crossing the room to stand beside him, "then help me. We have 48 hours before the canisters move. If we don't stop them, the fire starts all over again." Viktor looked at her, his expression a mix of admiration and despair. "They'll kill us both. You know that." "Then we'll be in good company," Evelyn said. "The ghosts of this war are already a crowd." A sudden knock at the door made them both jump. Evelyn smoothed her skirt, her heart hammering. "Who is it?" "Countess." It was the voice of a young adjutant. "General von Stahler's compliments. He has requested that you join him in the map room, immediately. There has been a development." Evelyn and Viktor exchanged a look of pure dread. The breaking point had arrived. "I'll be right there," Evelyn called out, her voice remarkably calm. As the adjutant's footsteps receded, Viktor grabbed her arm. "If this is it, if they know." Evelyn reached into her hair, pulling out a long, sharpened pin she had used to secure her hat. "If they know, Viktor, I'm not going to the gallows. I'm taking as many of them with me as I can." She looked at herself in the mirror one last time. The Countess von Hollenhorst was gone. In her place stood Evelyn Hart, a woman who had been hollowed out by war and filled back up with a cold, desperate purpose. "Let's go," she said. They walked out of the room together, two ghosts moving through a house of secrets. The hallway felt longer than before, the shadows deeper. When they reached the map room, the doors were flung open. Von Stahler was standing over the table, his face a mask of fury. Keller was there too, holding a piece of paper that had just come off the telegraph wire. "Countess," von Stahler said, his voice a low growl. "It seems we have had a breach. A courier was intercepted near the border. He was carrying a message intended for London." Evelyn held her breath, her fingers tightening around the pin in her pocket. "The message," von Stahler continued, his eyes fixed on her like a predator's, "was written in a code we haven't seen before. But it mentioned a name that Fräulein Keller found very interesting." Keller stepped forward, a cold smile playing on her lips. "It mentioned the Nightingale, a British asset we've been hunting for years." Evelyn didn't blink. "And what does this Nightingale have to do with me?" "The courier was one of your stable hands from the Munich estate," von Stahler said. "He claimed he was acting on your orders. The lie was a masterpiece. Evelyn didn't have a stable hand in Munich. She didn't have an estate in Munich. This was a fabrication, a test designed to make her trip. If she claimed the man was hers, she was a spy. If she denied him, she was a liar, because von Stahler would have proof of the connection. "I don't keep stable hands, General," Evelyn said, her voice dripping with disdain. "I keep a head groom and 3 assistants. If one of them has been moonlighting for the British, I suggest you hang him. But don't expect me to know the name of every peasant who shovels manure on my property." Von Stahler leaned in, his breath smelling of stale tobacco. He didn't say he worked for the Countess von Hollenhorst. He said he worked for Evelyn Hart. The name hung in the air like a death sentence. The silence that followed was absolute. Evelyn felt the world tilting. Her cover wasn't just unraveling, it was being shredded before her eyes. She looked at Viktor, but he was looking at the general, his hand resting on the holster of his Luger. "Evelyn Hart?" she repeated, the name sounding foreign on her tongue. "Who is this Evelyn Hart? Is she another one of Fräulein Keller's fashion-forward phantoms?" "Enough!" Von Stahler roared, slamming his fist onto the table. The maps rattled, and a glass of water toppled over, soaking the coordinates of the Feldblitz. "You will be taken to the cellar. We will see how long your aristocratic pride lasts under the hands of my specialists." 2 guards stepped forward, reaching for her arms. It happened in a blur of motion. Viktor didn't draw his gun. He did something far more unexpected. He stepped between Evelyn and the guards and laughed, a loud, booming, hysterical laugh that stopped everyone in their tracks. "General, you really are a fool," Viktor gasped, doubling over. "You've fallen for it. The whole thing." Von Stahler's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about, Viktor?" "The leak!" Viktor shouted, pointing at Keller. "Keller is the nightingale. She's been feeding you this nonsense about the Countess to distract you from the fact that she's the one who sent the courier. She knew the Countess was coming. She knew the Hollenhorst family was close to the Kaiser. What better way to protect herself than to accuse the most untouchable woman in the room?" Keller turned pale. "That's a lie. General, he's insane. He found the coordinates in her desk," Viktor continued, his voice rising in mock indignation. "I saw her taking notes during the meeting. Search her! Search her boots!" The room erupted into chaos. Keller screamed as the guards, confused and reactionary, moved toward her instead of Evelyn. Von Stahler looked between them, his hand going to his sword, his mind struggling to process the sudden shift in the narrative. In the confusion, Viktor grabbed Evelyn's hand. "Run!" he hissed. They didn't head for the door. They headed for the window. Viktor smashed the glass with the butt of his pistol, and the freezing night air exploded into the room. Behind them, Von Stahler was shouting orders, and a gunshot rang out, shattering a mirror on the far wall. "Jump!" Viktor commanded. They plummeted into the darkness, the snow-covered bushes below breaking their fall. Evelyn scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The chateau was alive with lights and sirens now, the fog swirling around them like a living thing. "This way!" Viktor shouted, pulling her toward the tree line. They ran through the woods, the branches tearing at Evelyn's clothes, the cold biting deep into her lungs. They could hear the baying of hounds in the distance and the shouting of men. "We have to get to the launch site," Evelyn panted, her mind still clinging to the coordinates. "If we can't stop the canisters, none of this matters." Viktor stopped, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. He looked at her, his face pale in the moonlight. "I can get you there. But Evelyn, there's no coming back from this. Not for me. Not for you." "I know," she said, reaching out to touch his arm. He took her hand, his grip firm. "Then let's go blow up a miracle." As they disappeared into the fog, the chateau behind them was a fortress of crumbling lies. The breaking point had passed, and the only thing left was the fire. Evelyn Hart was no longer a spy, and she was no longer a countess. She was a shadow in the forest, carrying the weight of the world in a string of numbers, racing against the dawn of a devastating new age. The whispers in the fog had become a scream, and for the first time in her life, she wasn't afraid of the sound. Chapter 9. The Final Masquerade. The fog didn't just sit over the estate. It breathed. It was a thick, wet shroud that clung to the stone walls of Schloss Wiedemar, swallowing the silhouettes of the sentries and muffining the rhythmic crunch of their boots on the gravel. For Evelyn Hart, the mist was both a sanctuary and a cage. Inside the grand dining hall, the air was heavy with the scent of roasted meat, expensive tobacco, and the stifling saccharine perfume of women who pretended the world wasn't bleeding out just beyond the horizon. Evelyn smoothed the silk of her emerald evening gown, her fingers grazing the slight protrusion of the lockpick set hidden within the folds of her sash. As Eva von Berg, she was a darling of the German High Command, a widow of a fallen hero with a voice like honey and a heart supposedly beating for the Kaiser. But as Evelyn Hart, she was a woman standing on the edge of a precipice, watching the soil crumble beneath her heels. Oberst von Richter sat at the head of the table, his monocle catching the flicker of the candelabras. He was a man made of sharp angles and cold certainties. Beside him, Viktor sat with a glass of brandy cradled in his hands, his eyes never quite meeting Evelyn's. Viktor, the man who knew her secrets, the man who had held her hand in the dark and whispered of a life after the smoke cleared, now looked like a stranger carved from ice. The conversation turned, as it always did, to the Feldblitz. "The weapon is more than a bomb," von Richter said, his voice cutting through the low hum of the room. "It is a cleansing fire. When we drop the first prototype over the London docks, the British will not just surrender. They will cease to believe in the possibility of resistance." A murmur of approval rippled through the officers. Evelyn forced a smile, a delicate, practiced thing that didn't reach her eyes. "How marvelous," she said, her German flawless, accented with the soft lilt of the Bavarian aristocracy she had studied for months. "To think that such power rests in your hands, Oberst. It must be a heavy burden to carry the plans for such a miracle." Von Richter leaned forward, his gaze intensifying. "The plans are not a burden, Frau von Berg. They are a map to the future, a map that is, at this very moment, locked safely in my study. We move the final schematics to the Berlin facility at dawn." Evelyn felt the phantom weight of a clock ticking in her skull. Dawn. That gave her less than 6 hours. The British intelligence had been clear. She was not to return without the chemical composition of the Feldblitz's core. If the bomb was as devastating as the rumors suggested, the war would be over before the Americans could even mobilize their full strength. "I find it hard to imagine such things," Evelyn said, tilting her head. "My late husband always said that the greatest secrets are those that look like ordinary paper." Von Richter laughed, a dry, rasping sound. Your husband was a perceptive man. Perhaps that is why you have such an affinity for the company of soldiers. You understand the gravity of what we do." Across the table, Viktor finally looked at her. There was a warning in his eyes, a frantic shimmer of desperation. He shifted in his seat, his hand tightening around his glass. "Perhaps the Frau is tired, Oberst," Viktor suggested, his voice smooth but strained. "It has been a long evening of celebrations." Von Richter glanced at Viktor, then back to Evelyn. "Nonsense. The night is young, and we have yet to toast to the final victory." Evelyn felt a bead of sweat trek down her spine. Her cover was fraying. She could feel it in the way von Richter's eyes lingered a second too long on her hands, in the way the local intelligence officer, a man named Keller, had been watching her from the corner of the room all night. Keller was a shark who had been circling her since she arrived, waiting for a drop of blood in the water. "I am a little lightheaded," Evelyn admitted, leaning slightly toward von Richter. "The heat of the room, I think. Might I step out onto the terrace for a moment of fresh air?" Von Richter stood, the quintessential gentleman. "Of course. Viktor, escort her. I would hate for our guest to lose her way in the fog." As they stepped out of the French doors and into the biting cold of the night, the transition was jarring. The silence of the estate was absolute, broken only by the distant, rhythmic thud of artillery fire from the front lines miles away. The fog swirled around them, turning the stone balustrade into a ghostly pier over a gray sea. Evelyn didn't speak until they were well out of earshot of the guards. "You're shaking," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Viktor gripped the railing, his knuckles white. "Keller knows, Evelyn. He's been cross-referencing your husband's service records. He found a discrepancy in the dates of your supposed marriage. You have hours, maybe less, before he brings it to von Richter." Evelyn's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. "Why are you telling me this? You could turn me in right now and be a hero of the Reich." Viktor turned to her, his face a mask of grief and conflict. "Because I don't want to live in the world von Richter is building, and because, God help me, I would rather die with you than live without the memory of who you actually are." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, heavy object wrapped in oilcloth. "This is a key to the service corridor that leads to the study. The guards change at midnight. You'll have a 5-minute window when the hallway is clear." "Why help me?" Evelyn asked, her hand trembling as she took the key. "You're a double agent, Viktor. You've played both sides so long I don't think you know which way is up." "I know which way is down," he said grimly. "And down is where we are all headed if that bomb leaves this estate. Go. I'll stay here and keep Keller occupied. If he tries to follow you, I'll find a way to stop him." Evelyn looked at him, searching for a lie, a trap, a betrayal. But all she saw was a man who was as tired of the masquerade as she was. She pressed her hand to his cheek for a fleeting second, a gesture that belonged to Evelyn, not Eva, and then vanished into the fog. She moved with the practiced grace of a predator. She knew the layout of the Schloss by heart, having spent weeks memorizing the blueprints provided by MI6. She bypassed the main staircase, slipping instead through a narrow door hidden behind a tapestry in the ballroom's anteroom. The service corridor was cold and smelled of damp earth and old wax. Her breath hitched as she reached the door to the study. She pressed her ear to the wood, listening for the heavy breathing of a guard or the scratching of a pen. Silence. She inserted the key Viktor had given her. It turned with a soft, metallic click. The study was a sanctuary of dark wood and leather-bound books. A single green-shaded lamp burned on the massive oak desk, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. Evelyn didn't waste time. She bypassed the drawers, heading straight for the painting of the Kaiser on the far wall. Behind it lay the safe. She knelt, her fingers steady now, her training taking over. This was the moment she had been groomed for since the day she left London. The world outside didn't exist. The war didn't exist. There was only the tumblers of the lock and the rhythm of her own breathing. Right 4, left 12, right 36. The safe door swung open with a heavy groan. Inside lay a leather portfolio embossed with the eagle of the German High Command. She pulled it out, her heart leaping. Schematics, chemical formulas. The physics of the Feldblitz were laid bare in neat, clinical script. It was a weapon of pure horror, designed to ignite the very air around the impact zone. She pulled a miniature camera from her bodice, a marvel of British engineering, and began to click through the pages. Each flash felt like a lightning strike in the dark room. She was on the final page when the door behind her creaked. Evelyn didn't jump. She didn't scream. She simply froze, her hand hovering over the portfolio. "It is a beautiful map, isn't it?" a voice said. Evelyn turned slowly. Standing in the doorway was Keller. He wasn't holding a gun, but he was holding something far more dangerous, a look of smug satisfaction. He leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest. "I must admit, Frau von Berg, or should I call you Miss Hart, your performance has been exemplary. Even I almost believed you. But the Bavarian accent was just a touch too perfect. No one from Munich speaks that cleanly unless they learned it from a tutor in London." Evelyn stood up, the portfolio clutched in her hand. "Where is Viktor?" "Captain Viktor is currently explaining his loyalties to the Oberst's men in the cellar," Keller said, his voice dripping with malice. He was always a weak link. "Romanticism is a terminal disease in our profession." Evelyn's mind raced. The window was behind her, but it was a 3-story drop onto stone. The door was blocked. She had no weapon but the small knife in her garter and her own wits. "You won't get out of here," Keller said, finally drawing a Luger from his holster. "The alarm has already been silent-tripped. The guards are converging on this wing. Give me the documents, and perhaps I can convince the Oberst to make your execution a quick one." Evelyn looked at the documents, then at Keller. "You think this is about the war?" she said, her voice low and steady. "You think it's about who wins and who loses. But look at these plans, Keller. Look at what this bomb does. It doesn't matter whose flag flies over the ruins if there's no one left to fly it." "I am a soldier," Keller snapped. "I follow orders." "And I am a ghost," Evelyn replied. She didn't lung for him. Instead, she grabbed the heavy glass decanter of brandy from the desk and hurled it at the green-shaded lamp. The glass shattered, the fuel and the brandy igniting instantly in a flare of blue and orange flame. Keller shouted, shielding his eyes as the fire jumped to the heavy velvet curtains. In the chaos of the sudden blaze and the billowing smoke, Evelyn didn't head for the door. She headed for the window. She wrapped her silk sash around her hand, smashed the pane, and stepped out onto the narrow stone ledge. The wind whipped her hair across her face, stinging her eyes. Below, the fog was a churning gray ocean. She could hear the shouts of men within the room, the heavy thud of the door being kicked open. She didn't look back. She began to edge along the ledge, her fingers bleeding as they gripped the rough masonry. She reached the drain pipe just as a bullet shattered the stone inches from her head. She slid down the metal tube, the friction burning her palms, until she hit the muddy ground with a bone-jarring thud. She was running before she even fully regained her balance. The estate was a hive of activity now, searchlights cutting through the fog like the eyes of giants. She ducked behind a row of manicured hedges, her lungs burning, the portfolio tucked firmly under her arm. "Evelyn!" The whisper came from the shadows of the stable block. She froze, her hand going to her knife. A figure emerged from the gloom. It was Viktor. He was limping, his face bloodied, one eye swollen shut. "I thought you were in the cellar," she hissed, pulling him into the shadow of a stone archway. "I was," he gasped, clutching his side. "I didn't stay. We have to go. They've blocked the main gates, but there's a supply track through the woods that leads to the river." "Can you walk?" she asked, her eyes searching his. "I can crawl if I have to," he said with a grimace. They moved through the trees, the fog acting as their only ally. Behind them, the Schloss was a silhouette of orange light as the fire in the study spread. The sirens were wailing now, a mournful, rising shriek that echoed through the valley. As they reached the edge of the woods, the sound of the river became a dull roar. A small rowing boat was tied to a rotted wooden pier. Viktor collapsed into it, his strength finally failing. Evelyn pushed the boat off, the current catching them almost immediately. For a long time, neither of them spoke. They drifted through the gray void, the world reduced to the sound of water and their own ragged breathing. Evelyn looked down at the portfolio. She had the intel. She had the secret of the Feldblitz. She had won. But as she looked at Viktor, broken and bleeding in the bottom of the boat, the victory felt like ash in her mouth. "Why did you come for me?" she asked, her voice cracking. "You had the chance to run. You could have been miles away by now." Viktor looked up at the sky, though there were no stars to see through the fog. "I spent my whole life being a shadow, Evelyn. I wanted to see if I could be a man, just once, before the end." "Is this the end?" she asked. He reached out, his bloody fingers brushing the hem of her ruined emerald gown. "For Eva and the captain, yes. For us? I don't know. The fog has to lift eventually." But as the boat carried them toward the lines, toward the roar of the guns and the uncertain embrace of their respective masters, Evelyn knew that the fog would never truly leave her. She had stolen the fire of the gods, but she had burned her own soul to do it. The lights of a British patrol boat flickered in the distance, a pale, rhythmic signal. Evelyn took a deep breath, the cold air stinging her throat. She stood up, raising her hand to signal back, her silhouette a jagged shadow against the gray. The masquerade was over. The war, however, was just beginning its final, most terrible act. She had the secrets that would save London, but as she looked back at the glowing embers of the Schloss on the hill, she realized that some ghosts followed you no matter how fast you ran. The documents felt heavy in her hand, not like paper, but like lead, like the weight of all the lives that would be lost to stop the weapon she now carried in her arms. She looked at Viktor, who had closed his eyes, his breathing shallow but steady. "We're almost there," she whispered, though she wasn't sure if she was talking to him or to herself. The boat bumped against the side of the patrol vessel. Strong hands reached down to pull her up. Men in British uniforms, their faces etched with the weariness of years of trench warfare, looked at her with a mix of awe and suspicion. "I am Evelyn Hart," she said, her voice raspy and strange to her own ears. "I have the Feldblitz schematics, and I have a wounded man who needs a doctor." As she was hoisted onto the deck, the emerald silk of her dress caught on a jagged piece of metal, tearing a long strip from the skirt. It fluttered away into the dark water, a scrap of a life she was leaving behind. She watched it disappear, swallowed by the river and the mist. She was no longer a widow, no longer a socialite, no longer a darling of the Reich. She was a soldier who had returned from the dead, carrying the burden of a world that would never know what she had done to keep it turning. The officer in charge stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the leather portfolio. "Is it all there?" he asked, his voice urgent. "Everything," Evelyn said. She turned away from him, looking back at the fog-shrouded shore they had left behind. Somewhere out there, the war was still screaming. Somewhere out there, von Richter was counting his losses. And somewhere deep inside her, the whispers of the things she had done were already beginning to echo, a haunting refrain that would follow her long after the guns fell silent. The boat turned toward the sea, leaving the shadows of the Schloss behind. Evelyn sat on the deck, the cold wind biting at her skin, and for the first time in months she let herself cry. Not for the mission, not for the war, but for the woman she had been before she learned how to lie. The final masquerade had ended, and all that was left was the truth, cold, sharp, and more devastating than any bomb. As the first light of a gray, uncertain dawn began to bleed through the clouds, Evelyn Hart closed her eyes and waited for the world to wake up to its new, terrible reality. The Feldblitz was a secret no longer, but the cost of that knowledge was a debt she would be paying for the rest of her life. The fog was lifting, but the shadows were here to stay. Chapter 10. Descent into Darkness. The damp air of the Ardennes clung to the stone walls of the Château de Mornay like a burial shroud. Inside the darkened library, the only sound was the rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock and the frantic, shallow breathing that Evelyn Hart tried desperately to suppress. The smell of floor wax and stale tobacco smoke felt cloying, a reminder of the German officers who had turned this once grand estate into a hive of calculated destruction. Evelyn knelt before the heavy mahogany desk of General von Zeller, her fingers dancing over the lock of the bottom drawer with a precision born of terror. She was no longer Evelyn Hart, the daughter of a London vicar. She was Greta Vogel, the grieving widow of a fallen Prussian captain, a woman whose feigned devotion to the Kaiser had granted her access to the inner sanctum of the German High Command. But the mask was slipping. The edges of her identity were frayed, worn thin by months of lying, of smiling at men she wished to see dead, and of speaking a language that now felt more natural than her mother tongue. The lock clicked. The sound felt as loud as a pistol shot in the silence of the night. Evelyn froze, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She waited, counting the seconds, but the hallway remained silent. She pulled the drawer open. Inside lay a leather-bound folio embossed with the imperial eagle. This was it, the final specifications for the Feldblitz, the weapon that promised to turn the muddy stalemate of the Western Front into a scorched wasteland. She pulled a miniature camera from the lining of her coat, her movements mechanical. Click. The flash was a mere spark, muffled by her gloved hand. Click. Each page revealed a horror more profound than the last. Chemical payloads designed to burn through gas masks, ignition sequences that would turn miles of trenches into an inferno. The Allies had no defense against this. If she failed tonight, the war would not simply be lost, it would be extinguished in a firestorm. A shadow fell across the doorway. Evelyn didn't scream. Her training took over, her hand sliding the camera into her pocket while the other reached for a small silver letter opener on the desk. A pathetic weapon, but all she had. She turned, her eyes narrowing in the gloom. "Is it done, Greta?" The voice belonged to Viktor. He stood in the doorway, his silhouette tall and imposing in his charcoal-gray uniform. The moonlight caught the sharp angle of his jaw and the weary, haunted look in his eyes. Viktor, the man who was supposed to be her contact, the double agent who had become the only person in this God-forsaken country who knew her real name. Or so she hoped. In this world, trust was a luxury she had long ago traded for survival. "You shouldn't be here," Evelyn whispered, her voice a sharp hiss. "You were supposed to be guarding the perimeter." "The perimeter is compromised," Viktor said, stepping into the room and closing the door softly behind him. He didn't approach her. He stayed in the shadows, his hands behind his back. "Von Zeller is coming. He didn't go to the mess hall. He's suspicious, Evelyn. He's been checking the logs from the telegraph office. He knows someone has been leaking the movement of the supply trains. Then we leave. Now, I have the schematics." Viktor shook his head, a slow, mournful movement. "It's not that simple. They've locked down the grounds. There are dogs in the courtyard, and a fresh battalion arriving from the railhead. If we run now, we're dead before we hit the tree line." Evelyn moved toward him, the paper crinkling in her pocket. "Then what do we do?" "You have a plan, Viktor. You always have a plan." He looked at her then, and for a fleeting moment the mask of the stoic officer crumbled. She saw the man she had spent long, whispered nights with in the cellar of a safe house in Brussels. The man who had told her about his sisters in Munich and how he hated the smell of cordite. She saw the affection he shouldn't feel for her, a complication that neither of them could afford. "I can get you out," he said, his voice barely audible, "but I can't come with you." "No," Evelyn said, reaching out to touch his arm. "We go together. That was the agreement. MI6 has a channel through the Dutch border. The agreement was for a different war, Evelyn." He used her real name, and it felt like a physical blow. He reached into his tunic and pulled out a heavy brass key. "Take the service tunnel through the wine cellar. It leads to the old well outside the east wall. From there, you head north. Don't stop for anything, not even if you hear shots." "Viktor, what are you saying?" "I'm saying that someone has to stay behind to ensure the documents are missed only when it's too late. Someone has to be the scapegoat." The realization hit her with the force of a physical collapse. He was going to take the blame. He was going to confess to her crimes to give her the head start she needed. The weight of the sacrifice felt unbearable. She had seen thousands die in the mud of the Somme. heard the screams of the wounded in the fog. But this singular life offered up for hers, felt like a greater tragedy. "I won't let you," she whispered. "You don't have a choice," he replied, his voice hardening. "The Feldblitz is bigger than us. It's bigger than your heart or mine. If those papers don't reach London, every boy in the British Army is a dead man. Is that what you want? To die here with me and take them all with us?" Before she could answer, heavy boots thudded in the corridor. The sound of German voices, sharp and demanding, echoed through the wood of the door. Von Zeller was close. "Go!" Viktor shoved the key into her hand. "Hide in the wardrobe. When I lead them away, run." Evelyn scrambled into the massive oak wardrobe at the back of the room, pulling the heavy doors shut until only a sliver of light remained. She pressed her face against the wood, the scent of lavender and mothballs suffocating her. Through the crack, she watched as the door to the library swung open. General von Zeller entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. He was a man of cold angles and iron-gray hair, his presence radiating a quiet, terrifying authority. He didn't look at the desk immediately. He looked at Viktor. "Major," the general said, his voice like grinding stones, "I was told I would find you at the gate." "I was performing a final sweep of the wing, General," Viktor said, his voice steady, his posture perfect. "I noticed the library door was ajar." Von Zeller walked slowly toward the desk. He ran a gloved hand over the surface, his eyes drifting to the drawer Evelyn had jimmied open. He didn't seem surprised. He seemed disappointed. "The lock on this drawer was forged by the finest locksmiths in Berlin," Von Zeller said softly. "It does not simply fall open. And yet, here it is." He turned to Viktor. "Where is the girl?" Viktor didn't flinch. "I don't know who you mean, General. The Vogel woman. The widow." Von Zeller smiled, a thin, cruel line. "We found her papers in the archives today. Or rather, we found the papers of the real Greta Vogel, who died in a bombing raid in Hamburg 3 months ago. This woman, this ghost, has been dancing through our halls with a grace that can only be taught by the British." Evelyn's breath hitched. They knew. They had known, perhaps for days, playing with her like a cat with a mouse. "She escaped an hour ago," Viktor said. "I tried to intercept her, but she had a contact waiting by the road. I was just coming to report the breach." Von Zeller sighed and shook his head. "You were always a poor liar, Viktor. It was your one flaw as an officer. You think with your heart. You think we didn't notice the way you looked at her? The way you lingered in the hallways?" The general stepped closer to Viktor, his voice dropping to a hiss. "You gave her the schematics. You are a traitor to your blood and your uniform." "I am a soldier who has seen enough fire," Viktor said, his voice rising with a sudden, defiant strength. "The Feldblitz is not war, General. It's a massacre. It's the end of everything we claim to fight for." Von Zeller didn't argue. He didn't shout. He simply nodded to the guards. "Search the room," he commanded. "If she is here, kill her. If she is gone, we will find her. As for the major, take him to the courtyard. I want the garrison to see what happens to those who choose the enemy over their country." The guards moved. One began to toss the books from the shelves, while the other approached the wardrobe. Evelyn gripped the letter opener, her knuckles white. She was trapped. If she stayed, she was dead. If she stepped out, she might kill one guard, but she would never make it past von Zeller. A sudden explosion rocked the chateau. The windows shattered, spraying glass across the room. The floor buckled, and a plume of smoke billowed into the library. "The British!" one of the guards screamed. "A raid!" In the chaos, Viktor moved. He didn't run for the door. He lunged for the guard nearest the wardrobe, tackling him to the ground. Von Zeller drew his Luger, but the smoke was too thick. "Run!" Viktor yelled, his voice strained as he struggled with the guard. "Run, Evelyn!" She didn't think. She pushed open the wardrobe doors and bolted through the smoke. She saw Viktor pinned against the floor, saw the second guard raising his rifle, and for a split second she stopped. She wanted to scream his name, to throw herself into the fray, to die fighting beside the only man who had seen through her lies to the woman beneath. But the papers in her pocket felt like a leaden weight, a reminder of the thousands of lives that weren't hers. She turned her back on him. She ran through the door, into the burning hallway, and down the stairs toward the wine cellar. The descent into the cellar was a descent into a different kind of darkness. The air was cool and damp, smelling of earth and fermenting grapes. Her boots splashed through puddles of water as she searched for the tunnel entrance. She found it behind a rack of dusty Rieslings, a narrow iron-grated door. She fumbled with the key Viktor had given her, her hands shaking so violently she dropped it twice. Finally, the lock turned. She pushed the door open and crawled into a narrow brick conduit. It was cramped and claustrophobic, the ceiling so low she had to move on her hands and knees. Above her, she could hear the muffled thuds of artillery and the sharp cracks of small arms fire. The British were attacking, likely a diversionary raid planned by her handlers to cover her extraction. But they were too late for Viktor. She crawled until her knees were raw and her fingernails were broken. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, a winding artery through the belly of the earth. Just as the oxygen began to feel thin, the air changed. A cool, damp breeze hit her face. She reached out and felt the rough stone of a well shaft. She climbed. There were iron rungs set into the stone, slick with moss. She hauled herself up, inch by agonizing inch, until she reached the top. She tumbled over the edge and collapsed onto the wet grass of a forest clearing. The fog was thick here, a gray wall that swallowed the light of the burning chateau in the distance. She lay there for a moment, gasping for air, the cold mud seeping into her clothes. She was out. She was alive. A single shot rang out from the direction of the manor. It wasn't the sound of a battle. It was a single, deliberate execution. Evelyn closed her eyes and pressed her forehead against the ground. A sob escaped her, a jagged, broken sound that was lost in the mist. She had won. She had the Feldblitz. She had the weapon that would save her country. And the cost was the only piece of her soul she had left. She stood up, her legs wobbling. She couldn't afford the grief yet. She had to move. She had to reach the contact point. She began to run, her body moving through the fog like a ghost. As she ran, the faces of the people she had deceived flickered in her mind. The maid at the chateau who had shared a piece of bread with her, the young corporal who had shown her a picture of his sweetheart, General von Zeller, who had almost respected her, and Viktor, always Viktor. She realized then that the war didn't just take lives. It took identities. It stripped you down until there was nothing left but the mission, a hollow shell filled with secrets and blood. She was Evelyn Hart, but Evelyn Hart was a stranger to her now. She was Greta Vogel, but Greta was a corpse. She was a spy, a whisper in the fog, a shadow that moved between worlds. Hours later, as the first gray light of dawn began to bleed through the trees, she reached the edge of a canal. A small rowboat sat low in the water, a man in a fisherman's sweater waiting at the oars. He didn't say a word as she climbed in. He simply nodded and began to row. Evelyn sat in the stern, her hand clutching the leather folio in her pocket. She looked back toward the horizon, where the smoke from the chateau still stained the sky. The mission was a success. The weapon would be neutralized. The war would continue, a long, grinding march toward an uncertain end. But as the boat moved silently through the water, Evelyn felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the morning air. She had descended into the darkness to steal fire from the gods, and she had returned with her hands scorched. She was a hero to a nation that would never know her name, and a traitor to a man who had loved her. The fog began to lift, revealing the flat, desolate landscape of the borderlands. It was a world of gray and brown, a world where the lines between right and wrong had been washed away by the rain. Evelyn Hart looked at her reflection in the dark water of the canal. She saw a woman she didn't recognize, a woman with hard eyes and a mouth set in a line of permanent sorrow. The descent was over, but the darkness was only beginning. She had survived the chateau, the general, and the fire. But as she watched the distant smoke fade into the clouds, she knew that the whispers in the fog would follow her forever. They would be there in the silence of the night, in the faces of strangers, and in the mirror every time she tried to remember who she used to be. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the small silver letter opener she had taken from von Zeller's desk. It was stained with a single drop of dried blood. She held it for a moment, then dropped it into the water. It sank without a sound, disappearing into the depths, leaving only a small ripple that was quickly swallowed by the wake of the boat. The fisherman turned to her, his voice a low growl. "You have it?" Evelyn nodded. She didn't trust her voice. "Good," he said. "They're waiting for you in London. They say you're a marvel, Greta, a regular miracle worker." Evelyn looked away toward the rising sun that offered no warmth. "My name is Evelyn," she said, her voice so soft it was almost lost to the wind. The fisherman shrugged. "Names don't matter much these days, do they? Just as long as you're on the right side." The right side. Evelyn closed her eyes. She wondered if Viktor had thought about the right side as he stood in the courtyard. She wondered if the boys who would be saved by these papers would ever know the price of their lives. She felt the heavy weight of the folio against her hip. It was the only thing that was real now. The secrets, the lies, the deaths, they were all she had left. As the boat touched the far bank, she stepped out into a world that was supposed to be safe. But all she felt was the cold, clinging touch of the fog, reaching out to pull her back into the shadows where she belonged. The mission was over. The war went on. And Evelyn Hart, the woman who had saved the world, began the long, silent walk home through the ghosts of everything she had lost. There were no medals for what she had done, no parades for the secrets she carried. There was only the wind in the trees and the memory of a man who had died, so she could live to tell the lies that would win the war. She walked until the sun was high in the sky, until her feet bled and her lungs burned. She didn't look back again. She couldn't. Behind her lay the ruins of a life she could never reclaim, and ahead lay a future built on the bones of the fallen. She was a spy, and for a spy, the only peace was the silence that followed the storm. But as she reached the safe house and saw the familiar cold eyes of her handler waiting for her, she knew the silence would never be enough. The whispers had already begun, and they would never stop. Chapter 11. Echoes of War. The silence was the loudest thing about London in the final months of 1918. It was a heavy, suffocating sort of quiet that pressed against the window panes of Evelyn Hart's small flat in Bloomsbury, a silence that had been absent for 4 long years. The guns across the channel had finally fallen still, and the sirens that once sent the city scurrying into the bowels of the earth were relics of a nightmare that everyone was desperate to forget. But for Evelyn, the silence was not a relief. It was a vacuum, an empty space where the lies, the aliases, and the frantic heartbeat of the mission used to live. She sat by the cold hearth, a cup of tea cooling on the side table, forgotten. In her hand was a small, tarnished silver cigarette case. It wasn't hers. It had belonged to a man named Viktor, a man who had been a double agent, a liar, a lover, and ultimately a ghost. She ran her thumb over the initials engraved on the corner, VK, feeling the way the metal had been smoothed by years of nervous handling. To the world, the war was won. The Feldblitz had never been deployed, the German lines had crumbled, and the maps of Europe were being redrawn by men in suits who had never smelled the metallic tang of blood in a damp cellar. To Evelyn, the war was a series of echoes that refused to fade. Her hands, once steady enough to pick a lock in the dark or aim a pistol with lethal precision, trembled slightly. She looked at them, disgusted by the weakness. These were the hands that had typed the reports that sent men to their deaths. These were the hands that had held Viktor's face in the flickering light of a safe house in Berlin, promising him a future that both of them knew was a fiction. A sharp knock at the door broke the stillness. Evelyn didn't jump. Her body simply transitioned from a state of mourning to a state of readiness and a heartbeat. She slipped the cigarette case into the pocket of her wool cardigan and stood, her eyes tracking to the small revolver hidden beneath the stack of newspapers on the sideboard. Habits died harder than soldiers. She opened the door to find Arthur Sterling standing in the hallway. He looked older than he had 6 months ago. The gray at his temples had marched forward to claim most of his hair, and his eyes, once sharp and calculating, looked filmed over with a layer of exhaustion that no amount of victory could wash away. He was the man who had sent her into the fog, the architect of her deception. "May I come in, Evelyn?" he asked, his voice gravelly. She stepped aside without a word. The flat was sparse, a transitionary space for a woman who no longer knew where she belonged. Sterling walked to the center of the room and looked around, his gaze lingering on the cold fireplace and the single chair. "The office misses you," he said, turning back to her. "There is much to be done. The peace is more complicated than the war in many ways. Rebuilding the networks, identifying the holdouts, the new threats in the east. Evelyn leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed. "I am done with networks, Arthur. I am done with the east, the west, and every direction in between." Sterling sighed, a sound of genuine disappointment. "You were the best we had. The intelligence you brought back regarding the Feldblitz saved thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. The Prime Minister himself has noted your contribution, though he can never say your name in public. Is that supposed to be my comfort?" Evelyn's voice was low, vibrating with a suppressed rage that had been simmering since the armistice. "That my name is a secret held by men who will never have to live with what I did?" "We all did what was necessary, Evelyn," Sterling said, his tone shifting toward the professional coldness that had always defined him. "I lied to people who trusted me," she snapped, stepping into the room. "I lived in their homes, I ate their bread, and then I watched as the coordinates I provided were turned into craters. I saw women who thought I was their friend weeping over the telegrams I caused. And Viktor." She stopped, the name catching in her throat like a shard of glass. Sterling's expression didn't change, but his eyes softened just a fraction. "Viktor was a professional," he said quietly. "He knew the risks. He chose his side, and then he chose yours. He chose to help us because I made him believe there was a version of this world where we both survived," she said. "And you let him walk into that meeting knowing the Germans were already suspicious. You let him go because his death was the only way to ensure my escape." "It was a calculated sacrifice," Sterling replied, the words landing like stones. "He was compromised. If he hadn't stayed behind to provide the distraction, you would have been caught, the intelligence would have been lost, and the Feldblitz would have been completed. The arithmetic of war is cruel, but it is consistent." Evelyn turned away from him, walking to the window. Below, on the street, a group of young men in tattered uniforms were laughing, their arms linked as they stumbled out of a pub. They were celebrating a life they had reclaimed. She wondered if they saw the ghosts that followed them, the shadows of the friends they had left in the mud of the Somme. "I can't do it anymore, Arthur," she said, her forehead pressing against the cool glass. "I don't know who Evelyn Hart is. I've been Charlotte the sympathizer, Maria the clerk, and Elspeth the grieving widow for so long that there's nothing left in the center. I'm just a collection of whispers." Sterling walked up behind her, though he kept a respectful distance. "The agency can provide for you. A quiet life, perhaps in the countryside. A different name if that's what you want." "A different name," she repeated with a hollow laugh. "Another lie." "It doesn't have to be a lie if you live it," he said. "Think about it. The world is changing. We are no longer fighting for survival. We are fighting for the future. You could be a part of that." "I've given enough to the future," she said. "I want to own my past." Sterling remained for a few more minutes, offering platitudes that felt like ash, before finally realizing that he could not recruit a woman who had already been hollowed out. When he left, the click of the door felt final. Evelyn stayed by the window until the sun dipped below the rooftops, casting the city into a bruised purple twilight. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the cigarette case again. There was a secret compartment inside, one that she had discovered only weeks after Viktor's death. She hadn't opened it since she arrived back in London. She hadn't been ready. With a steady breath, She pressed the hidden catch. The inner lining popped forward, revealing a small, folded piece of paper. The paper was thin, almost translucent, and smelled faintly of the cheap tobacco Viktor had favored. She unfolded it with trembling fingers. The handwriting was cramped, written in a hurry, in German. "To my dearest ghost," the note began. "If you are reading this, the fog has cleared, and you are home. Do not look back for me. The person you knew was a mask, just as the person I knew was a mask. But in the moments between the lies, I think we found something real. That is the only thing worth keeping. Do not let them turn you into a weapon that never stops firing. Find a garden. Plant something that grows. Forget the whispers." Evelyn read the words over and over until the ink blurred. She could almost hear his voice, the slight Bavarian lilt, the way he rolled his R's when he was tired. He had known. He had known that the meeting was a trap, and he had gone anyway, not for the British Empire, not for the defeat of the Kaiser, but for her. She felt a sob break from her chest, a jagged, ugly sound that tore through the silence of the flat. It was the first time she had cried since the war began. She cried for Viktor, for the man who had been a double agent of his own heart. She cried for the girl she had been before the agency found her, the girl who had loved the sound of the German language before it became a tool for deception. She cried for the thousands of lives saved and the handful of lives destroyed. The following morning, Evelyn left the flat. She didn't take much, just a small valise of clothes and the cigarette case. She walked through the streets of London, past the cenotaph where the flowers were already beginning to wilt, past the Admiralty where the men in suits were still busy winning the peace. She felt like a phantom moving through a world of the living. She took a train to the coast. The English Channel was gray and churning, the waves crashing against the white cliffs with a rhythmic violence. She found a small cottage for rent in a village that didn't appear on most maps. It was a place of salt air and stunted trees, where the only whispers were those of the wind through the seagrass. The landlady, a woman whose own husband had never returned from Gallipoli, looked at Evelyn's pale face and tired eyes and didn't ask questions. She simply handed over the key and told her where to find the best milk in the village. In the weeks that followed, Evelyn did exactly what Viktor had asked. She bought tools and seeds. She spent her days digging in the stubborn, rocky soil of the cottage's small backyard. Her muscles ached, and her fingernails were permanently stained with earth. But for the first time in years, the noise in her head began to subside. The transformation was slow and painful. There were nights when she woke up screaming, her hands searching for a pistol that wasn't there, her mind racing to remember the details of a cover story she no longer needed. There were days when she saw a man on the street who moved like Viktor, and her heart would stop until he turned around and revealed a stranger's face. But as the spring of 1919 arrived, something changed. The first of the crocuses pushed through the dirt, a shock of vibrant purple against the brown earth. Evelyn knelt in the mud, looking at the tiny, fragile things. They had survived the winter, the salt spray, and the neglect. They were alive. She realized then that she was no longer waiting for the next mission. She was no longer looking over her shoulder for the shadow of a German officer or a British handler. The war was over, not just on the continent, but within the confines of her own soul. One afternoon, she walked down to the edge of the cliffs. The wind was fierce, tugging at her hair and stinging her eyes. She pulled the silver cigarette case from her pocket. She looked at it for a long time, remembering the smoky rooms of Berlin, the frantic whispers in the fog, and the desperate, beautiful lie that had been her life with Viktor. She didn't need the medal to remember him. She didn't need the physical weight of the past to honor what they had shared. With a quick, decisive motion, she flung the case out over the edge. It caught the light for a split second, a flash of silver against the gray sky, before it vanished into the churning foam of the sea below. Evelyn stood there for a long time, watching the water. She felt lighter, as if a leaden shroud had finally slipped from her shoulders. She turned her back on the sea and began the walk back to her cottage. The village was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet now. It was the silence of growth, of things being built rather than destroyed. As she reached her gate, she saw her neighbor, a young boy whose father had been gassed at Ypres, playing with a wooden hoop in the lane. He stopped and waved at her. "Good afternoon, Miss Hart," he called out. Evelyn paused, the name echoing in the air. For the first time, it didn't feel like an alias. It didn't feel like a mask. It felt like her. "Good afternoon, Tommy," she replied, her voice steady and clear. She went inside and closed the door. The fog of the war had finally lifted, leaving behind a landscape that was scarred and broken, but visible. There were no more secrets to keep, no more betrayals to orchestrate. There was only the dirt beneath her fingernails, the flowers in the garden, and the slow, difficult work of becoming a person again. The echoes of the war would never entirely fade. She would always hear them in the distance, the phantom thunder of the guns, the soft click of a door in the night. But they were just echoes now, powerless to hurt her. Evelyn Hart sat down at her small kitchen table and poured a cup of tea. She watched the steam rise, a white mist that held no danger, and for the first time in her life, she was exactly where she was supposed to be. The war had taken everything from her, her innocence, her love, her very identity. But in the ruins, she had found something the agency could never have taught her. She had found the strength to survive the peace, and as the sun set over the English coast, casting long shadows across the garden she had built with her own 2 hands, Evelyn Hart finally allowed herself to breathe. The mission was over. The woman had returned. Chapter 12. Whispers of Tomorrow. The fog had changed. To most of the people emerging from their homes in the winter of 1919, the gray shroud that draped itself over the Thames was a nuisance, a reminder of the soot and coal of a city trying to rebuild its lungs. But to Evelyn Hart, the fog was a living thing, a familiar shroud that had once been her only protection. It was no longer the oppressive, terrifying mist of a German shipyard or the suffocating gloom of a London under siege by Zeppelins. Now, it was merely quiet. Evelyn walked with a slight limp, a souvenir from a frantic escape across a muddy field near the Belgian border in the final months of the Great War. She wore a simple charcoal coat, the collar turned up against the damp, and a hat that shadowed her eyes. In the eyes of the world, she was just another woman who had survived the lean years, perhaps a widow or a sister to one of the millions of young men who would never return. Nobody looked twice at her. That was the greatest victory she could claim. For years, being looked at had meant the possibility of a noose or a firing squad. She stopped at a small tea shop on a corner near St. James Park. The windows were still crisscrossed with tape, a lingering habit from the raids, but the glass was clean. Inside, the air smelled of burnt toast and cheap tobacco. She took a seat in the far corner, her back to the wall, her eyes instinctively tracking the door. It was a habit she knew she would never truly break. The waitress, a girl with tired eyes and a bright ribbon in her hair, brought her a pot of tea without a word. Evelyn watched the steam rise, her thoughts drifting back to the cold, clinical rooms where the Feldblitz had been conceived. She could still hear the metallic hum of the laboratory, the smell of ozone and desperation. The weapon would have leveled cities. It would have turned the tide of the war into a permanent, devastating stalemate or a German triumph. She had stopped it. She had stolen the blueprints, sabotaged the primary enrichment chamber, and left a trail of chaos behind her. But the cost was etched into the lines around her mouth. She reached into her handbag and pulled out a small, tattered photograph. It wasn't of a family member. It was a grainy image of a man standing in the shadow of a doorway in Berlin. Viktor. He was a man of 1,000 faces, a double agent who had played a game so complex that even now, months after the armistice, Evelyn wasn't entirely sure whose side he had been on in his heart. All she knew was that he had saved her life when the German High Command had cornered her in that final, desperate meeting. He had provided the distraction, the gun, and the bridge to the Allied lines, and then he had vanished back into the smoke. She had heard whispers, of course. The intelligence community was a small, gossipy world for those who knew how to listen. Some said he had been executed by the remnants of the German secret police. Others said he had fled to South America. And then there were the whispers that hurt the most. That he had been a triple agent all along, and his rescue of her had been one last piece of theater to secure his own passage to safety. A man entered the tea shop, the bell above the door chiming with a sharp, metallic ring. Evelyn's hand went to the pocket of her coat where she used to keep a small derringer. Her fingers closed on nothing but a lace handkerchief. She forced herself to relax, to breathe, to be the civilian she was supposed to be. The man was older, silver-haired, and dressed in a suit that spoke of Whitehall and quiet corridors. He scanned the room, spotted her, and walked over with a measured pace. He didn't ask to sit. He simply took the chair opposite her. "Good morning, Evelyn," he said softly. "Sir Mansfield?" she replied, her voice steady. "You shouldn't be here. I'm officially retired." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "There is no such thing as retirement for people like us. Only different shades of silence. You look well. The limp is better?" "It's a reminder," she said, taking a sip of the bitter tea. "Nothing more." Mansfield leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The final reports on the Feldblitz project have been filed. The blueprints you recovered were essential. The weapon is dead, Evelyn. The scientists have been distributed. The threat is gone." "And the cost?" she asked, her eyes boring into his. "The cost was high," he admitted. "We lost good people. But you know as well as I do that the alternative was unthinkable. You saved London. You might have saved the world." She looked out the window at the people passing by. They were laughing, some of them. They were buying flowers from a street vendor. They had no idea how close they had come to annihilation. They would never know her name, and she preferred it that way. But the weight of the secret felt like a stone in her chest. "Why are you here, Mansfield?" she asked. "You didn't come to give me a medal I can't wear." He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a small, sealed envelope. "This was delivered to our office in Zurich 3 weeks ago." It was addressed to the Lady of the Fog. "We didn't open it. We thought it best to bring it to you directly." Evelyn felt a jolt of electricity run through her. Her fingers trembled slightly as she took the envelope. The paper was thick, high quality, and smelled faintly of pine and something metallic, a scent that immediately transported her back to a hidden villa in the Black Forest. "Is that all?" she asked. Mansfield stood up, adjusting his hat. "For now. There will always be work, Evelyn, if the silence becomes too loud. But for today, just drink your tea." He turned and left the shop, disappearing into the gray London morning as quickly as he had arrived. Evelyn sat for a long time, the envelope resting on the table like a live grenade. She feared what was inside. She feared it was a goodbye, or worse, a lie. Finally, she took a butter knife from the table and slit the seal. Inside was a single piece of paper and a small silver coin, a German mark from 1914. The note was brief, written in a cramped, hurried hand that she recognized instantly. "The fog is lifting here," it read. "The mountains are quiet, and the war is a ghost that no longer speaks. I found a small house by the lake. It has a garden that needs tending, and the tea is terrible, but the air is clean. I told you once that trust is a currency we couldn't afford. Perhaps the exchange rate has changed. If you find yourself in Geneva, look for the man who sells clocks near the cathedral. He knows the way." There was no signature. There didn't need to be. Evelyn clutched the coin in her palm, the cold metal warming against her skin. Viktor. He was alive. He was waiting. She felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of emotion, a mixture of relief, anger, and a terrifying kind of hope. For years, she had been defined by what she was hiding, by the layers of deception she wore like a second skin. Even now, in London, she was playing a part. The tragic survivor. But the letter offered something she hadn't considered possible. A life that wasn't a mission. She paid for her tea and stepped out into the street. The fog was beginning to break, patches of pale blue sky peeking through the gray. She began to walk, her limp less noticeable as she found a rhythm. She passed a group of children playing a game of tag around a lamppost. She passed a veteran with an empty sleeve, his face turned toward the sun. She thought of the people she had lost. She thought of the young German officer, barely 20, whom she had been forced to betray to protect her cover. She thought of the sleepless nights in Berlin, listening for the sound of boots on the stairs. The ghosts were still there, walking beside her in the mist, their whispers a constant hum in her ears. She would never be free of them. The things she had seen, the things she had done in the name of king and country, were a part of her soul now. But as she reached the bridge and looked down at the dark water of the Thames, she realized that the ghosts didn't have to be her masters. They were witnesses. They were the price of the peace she saw around her. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the small photograph of Viktor. She looked at it one last time. The shadow, the mystery, the man who had been her enemy and her only ally. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she let the photograph fall. It fluttered in the air for a second before landing in the water, caught in a small eddy, and pulled beneath the surface. She kept the coin. Evelyn turned away from the river and started toward her small apartment. She had a suitcase to pack. She wasn't sure if she was going to Geneva or if she was simply going somewhere where the fog didn't follow her. But for the first time in a decade, the choice was hers. As she walked, the city seemed to change around her. The scars of the war were still there. The boarded-up shops, the mourning clothes, the hollowed-out look in the eyes of the men returning from the front. But there was something else, too. A restlessness. A sense of a world being reborn, for better or worse. She thought about the Feldblitz. The weapon was gone, but the knowledge of it remained, locked away in some dusty file in Mansfield's office. The world had learned a new way to destroy itself, and she knew, with the weary intuition of a spy, that it wouldn't be the last time. There would be other wars, other secrets, other women sent into the dark to do the things that men couldn't or wouldn't do. But that was a worry for another day, for another Evelyn. She reached her doorstep and paused, looking back at the street. A thin veil of mist still clung to the cobblestones, swirling around the feet of the passers-by. It was a beautiful, treacherous thing, the fog. It hid the truth, but it also protected it. She thought of Viktor's words. The fog is lifting. Evelyn Hart went inside and closed the door. The house was quiet, but it didn't feel empty anymore. The whispers of the past were still there, but they were softer now, blending with the sounds of a city coming back to life. She sat at her small desk and pulled out a map of Europe. Her finger traced the line from London to the coast, across the Channel, and down toward the Swiss border. It was a long journey, a dangerous one for a woman traveling alone in a continent still reeling from the collapse of empires. But danger was an old friend. She picked up a pen and a blank sheet of stationery. She didn't write a report. She didn't write a confession. She wrote a single sentence, her handwriting clear and bold, stripped of the flourishes of her German alias. I am coming to see about the garden. She folded the paper and tucked it into her coat. She didn't need to post it. She would carry it with her. That night, Evelyn slept without dreaming of the Feldblitz. She didn't wake up reaching for a gun. She didn't listen for the sound of a code being tapped on the wall. She simply slept, a woman who had been a ghost for so long that she had forgotten what it felt like to have a heartbeat. In the morning, the London sun broke through the clouds with a rare, brilliant intensity. Evelyn walked to the railway station, her suitcase in hand. The station was a cacophony of steam, whistles, and shouting voices. It was a place of departures and arrivals, of people moving toward their futures with a desperate, frantic energy. She boarded the train and found a seat by the window. As the engine lurched into motion, she watched the city slide away. The chimneys, the steeples, the endless rows of gray brick houses. She watched the fog bank that still sat over the river, shrinking as the train sped south. She felt the silver coin in her pocket, a cold weight against her thigh. She thought of the man selling clocks near the cathedral. She wondered what kind of clocks they were. Were they the kind that counted down to an explosion, or the kind that simply marked the passing of a quiet afternoon? She hoped for the latter. As the train crossed the outskirts of London and headed into the green, scarred countryside of Kent, Evelyn leaned her head against the cool glass. She closed her eyes and listened to the rhythm of the wheels on the track. It sounded like a pulse. It sounded like a clock. It sounded like the future. The war was over. The mission was finished. The secrets were buried. But as she drifted into a light, peaceful doze, a single thought remained, a final whisper in the fog of her mind. A spy never truly stops watching. A spy never truly stops listening. She was Evelyn Hart, and she was going home, even if she had to invent what home meant as she went. The shadows of the past would always be there, trailing behind her like a long, dark coat. She would always see the glint of a knife in a stray reflection, always hear a double meaning in a simple greeting. That was the price of survival. That was the toll of the bridge she had crossed. But the sun was warm on her face, and the train was moving fast, and for the first time in her life, she didn't care who was following her. She was heading toward the light, and that was enough. The whispers of tomorrow were louder than the ghosts of yesterday. And as the English coast appeared on the horizon, white and shimmering in the morning light, Evelyn Hart smiled. It was a small, private thing, a secret kept only for herself. She was no longer a weapon. She was no longer a lie. She was just a woman on a train, carrying a silver coin and a promise, moving through the clearing mist toward a world that was finally, blessedly, her own. The fog had finally lifted.